sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Hard to get wadhifa, una deserve bila cash ama kashfa. Hii society Kenya wanaeza share ni nyungu ya busa ama kettle ya shisha. Mfuko zinasikia echo, unajua thamani ya mali na size ya kifuli. Eyo, ujaibiwa juu hauna kakitu worth. Risking jail time, police bullets for. Unaweza argue, crime doesn't pay, lakini huwezi dismiss justice in a bay. Mwizi ana 40 days, 365 days later anaendelea kugrow fatter. Do anything for power, ready to lose their head for presidency. Bora waione kwa currency. Sababu gani siko affected na turbulence? Nikifly angani, nimezoa the same feeling. Matatu zikipitia pothole mtaani. Juliane, yeah, yeah. Niko njaa hata siezi karanga. Uwe hae, shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ndio wa raise funds, itabidi raise hands. Growing concern, breakfast za croissant. Hataki upunguze bei ya bidhaa, tunataka opportunities ndio tu afford hizo bidhaa. Walisema kutembea kwingi ndio kuona mengi. Nimeshinda nikitembea maofisi na sijaiona kazi. Sezi cheza golf venye Tiger Wood, mambo si barabara chingu. Naomba Johnny Masses, chakule fike tumboni ikitoka kwa sahani. Policeman anapiga rungu, mwalimu daktari anamurushia tear gas. Na mtoto wake anarudishwa nyumbani, hana school fees, analipo peanuts. Hata siezi karanga. Uwe hae, shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Si was a state house, na la twins a ghetto. Ziupatana Nairobi River, no more nita live by hand to mouth. Ushesikia maskini na ugua gout. Nikiwa na nguvu ya kung'oa reli, definitely kuinua kura si nzito. Ukiingiza kwa ballot box, chagua kiongozi wa kweli. Moha, Jona la Namu, jicho pevu, wakianika mkono refu, ina pickpocket wanyonge. Navaa maska za goalkeeper wa hockey, wezi ni kerubo. Kenya ni kama boxing, hakuna sub, work with what we have. Niko njaa hata siezi karanga. Uwe hae, shagala bagala. Niko tayari kulipa gharama. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Ufisadi, ubinafsi, ukabila, kuuza sura wataki kuuza sera. Undugu ni kufaana. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala. Sitasimama maovu yakitawala.
ni fahari yetu, undugu ndio nguvu. Chuki na ukabila hatutaki hata kamwe. Lazima tuungane, tuijenge nchi yetu, pasiwe hata mmoja anayetenganisha. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Kwa uchungu na mateso, kwa vilio na huzuni, tulinyakuliwa uhuru na mashujaa wa zamani. Hawakushtushwa na risasi au kufungwa gerezani. Nia yao ukombozi, kuvunja pingu za ukoloni. Naishi na tumaini, najitolea daima Kenya. Hakika ya bendera ni uthabiti wangu, nyeusi ya wananchi na nyekundu ni ya damu, kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo. Wajibu wetu ni kuishi kwa upendo, kutoka ziwa mpaka pwani, kaskazini na kusini. Kijani ni ya ardhi, nyeupe ya amani. Daima mimi Mkenya, mwananchi mzalendo.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope that you guys are having yourself a fantastic morning wherever you are tuning in from on this beautiful, beautiful Friday morning. It is Katiba Day and we are live at the National Museums of Kenya. We are here to celebrate 14 years of Kenya's constitution after its promulgation in 2010. We are here to reflect about what has been its gains. Has it been able to achieve anything? And we will be having conversations as the time goes by. So you want to stay tuned to Power Radio and get insights and conversations around the Kenyan Constitution. We shall be reflecting the whole day about constitutionalism as well, and where do we hope that this constitution is going to gear us towards in the next 14 years. And to help me do that, I am joined now live by one and only Emmanuel Mutua. He is a young Kenyan and he has something to say about the Kenyan Constitution. So I would like to start with, first of all, hi, good morning.
Good morning, Anne.
How are you doing?
Very well, thank
You're
you.
feeling, unajisikiaje?
Good, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome. So to just kind of let the people know who exactly you are, you can start introducing yourself and what you do.
Sure, thank you so much. My name is Emmanuel.
Yes.
I work with Africa Youth Leadership Forum, ALF Kenya.
Yeah.
I am a programs officer,
Yes.
doing governance and leadership programs.
Yes.
ALF Kenya is an umbrella and the larger ALF Africa, ALF Africa Youth Leadership Forum. We are in 7 African countries
Yes.
now.
Yes.
And we mostly work with the young people in matters leadership and mentorship
Yeah.
and personal development.
Amazing.
Yeah, and in Kenya, we work with 54 universities across the country.
Yes.
And in every university, we have a small group where the young people meet just to check up on each other and continue building these long-lasting friendships.
Yes.
We believe
Yes.
in the power of intentional friendships. We believe that when you make friendships at that early stage, these friendships are going to make a huge impact in their future.
Great networks as well.
Yes.
Wow. And so, you know, this week we've been celebrating Katiba at 14. What does this moment for you as a young Kenyan who is also interested in framing, you know, conversations and narratives around young leadership and youth leadership? What does this day and what does this moment mean for you?
It's a huge growth and success.
Yeah.
And the Kenya's governance landscape.
Yes.
And the constitution has just entered into the teen stage.
Yes.
And now, you know, that stage is full of emotions,
Yes.
so much reaction.
Yeah.
And, you know, so much reaction.
A lot of change.
Yes, especially. Kenyans, I think Kenyans, especially the young people, have just woken up and they've just realized that the Constitution is a very important document that they should always refer to and use it to, you know, defend, refer always in matters governance.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. And so looking at the 14 years that the Kenyan Constitution has been able, you know, to be alive, what do you think it has been able to achieve? And you can specifically talk to in terms of youth inclusion. Do you feel that the Kenyan Constitution has done enough to include young people, whether when it comes to economic empowerment, social inclusion, political empowerment as well? What's your take on the interplay between the Constitution and young people's inclusion in national matters?
I would say representation. The Constitution has put some effort. You know, effort in matters representation. However, looking at participation, it has not, you know, enabled young people to actively participate in governance. And the young people have actually come out to look at these loopholes and address them and say that, you know what, we haven't been doing this because of this.
Yes.
And now it is the high time that now Kenyans and especially the young people step up and actively participate. A few weeks ago, we experienced the Gen Z revolution.
Yes.
And it was quite surprising that the young people actually, got their katibas and looked
Read,
into it,
yes,
read
yes,
it
understood it.
clearly, and they were able to, understand how to engage, when
Yes.
to engage,
Yes.
and how to better
Yes.
influence
Yes.
the Kenya's governance landscape.
Yeah. Wow, amazing. And just to get a sense of, your placing when it comes to issues constitutionalism, the world over, the Kenyan constitution apparently is one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. Do you feel that that is true? And if not, why would you say that it's not? Yeah.
I'm gonna compare
Yes.
the comparative theory
Yeah.
in an African context. We are doing so much.
Yes.
There's so much growth compared
Yes.
to the previous constitution. And the Kenyan people are using it as a second Bible, actually.
Yes.
And we've actually gotten experiences from other African countries saying that Kenya is one of the fastest, rapidly growing African
Countries, yeah.
in matters governance.
Yes.
So in comparison, we're doing well.
Yes.
There's so much growth that is visible
Yes.
and tangible.
Yes.
However,
Yeah.
looking into the efforts that has been put into by the civil society and media as well, and the young people,
Yes.
we could point out some of the key areas where
Right.
we need to improve, where we
Yes.
need to do some reforms,
Yes.
especially in matters of representation.
Diversity, inclusion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Those are some of the areas that we need to look into,
Yeah.
and perhaps do some reforms and grow
Yes.
better.
Right,
better.
right.
We've really grown.
We
That's
have.
a commendable
Yeah.
achievement.
Wow.
Yes.
And so 14 years in, what do you think, if at all we will continue with the same constitution, what would be your hopes, dreams and aspirations for a Kenya that has the same constitution 14 years to come? What would that Kenya look like?
I'm looking at an optimally functioning government.
Yes.
Where everyone is involved in governance, where the governance upholds accountability, integrity, and every citizen, however, how young they are,
Yeah.
regardless of age, ethnicity, color, or even religion, is involved in governance. We are walking into that space, and whatever I would just say is,
Yeah.
watch the space.
Yes.
We are growing, and
Yes.
it's quite good.
Yes.
It's quite good.
Wow.
Yeah.
So as we wrap up our conversation, do you have any parting remarks that you would love to leave the young people of this country? You can look right into the camera and address them in terms of how can they get more involved and plugged in into conversations around governance, politics, constitutionalism, because this is their country and they have to get involved. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It is now the time that we actively engage in these matters of leadership and governance, and actively engage. It is us to influence and, walk into the governance and the experience of leadership that we want as the young people.
Yes.
Let us let go of the primitive ideas that the Kenyan young people have not been engaging in governance,
Yes.
that they're not interested.
Yes.
It is now the time that we, let go of that narrative
Right.
and we actively engage.
Wow. Well said. I'm not going to add anything onto that. Thank you so much, Mr. Emmanuel Mutua from AYLF, and continue doing the amazing work that you are doing with young people.
Thank you so
much. We hope to see you again
Sure,
on Power Radio.
Thank you so much.
All right, that has been Mr. Emmanuel Mutua from AYLF, just one Kenyan, young Kenyan who is hopeful for his country, he has decided that he will give himself and offer himself to ensure that he is bettering this country one young person at a time. And those are some of the conversations that we are going to be having this entire day on Katiba Day. The Kenyan Constitution turns 14 this week, and so it's a whole teenager. We are talking about a teenager. I don't know why Kenyans still say that it's the new constitution, but hey, who am I to blame anyone? So you do want to stick around on Power Radio as we continuously have conversations around the constitution. Remember, you can get in touch with us on our social media handles. We are at Power Radio. In case you have any questions, you want to comment, you want to tell us where you're tuning in from, do that as well, and we will truly appreciate. We are also on our YouTube channel at Power Radio and on our website, www.power254.org/Power Radio. For now, let me get some little music break, and then we get on to our next conversation with our next guest. But keep it Power Radio.
See, I say, as you come telling now, Baba Taifa. Embakasi 33 tumezoea kupigwa ngeta na mkono wa sheria. Tumia Bible kama makeup ya kujifunikia. Usipohonga unanyonga, ukibonga unabondo, ikisonga unafungwa, unanyimwa bona. Majudge conman usipo kwa strong wataku nyonga. Judge shit no longer than a few was too many kidnaps. Lakini yetu koti milimani, when the victim utashtakiwa milimani. Akilimani kuku filisisha watakunyonge kilimani. I can't breathe wameninyongea kitanda. I can't sleep and so I can't dream. Na eviction notice ina come next week. Unashinda na pressure plus walikusensa. Neba ni spy na bunduki silencer. Mama ina dota when I'm tupienga magesture. Swezi food bills kiatu yangu imeisha texture. Swezi food bills kiatu yangu imeisha texture. Swezi food bills kiatu imeisha texture. Article 43 Article 35 Article 37 Article 43 Article 43 Article 35 Article 37 Article 43 Informed voter ako rada ya katiba. Right to assembly, kuchoranga petition na kudemo. But anadematiagas kutoka kwa uniform na uninformed officer. Kuna tips za overtime juu ana follow to orders. Aki break law na kukos disorder. Na kimbizana na protesta na bandera. Placard na yeye na rungu bunduki na tiagas. Aki distract na kudispass raia. Amechoka na injustice kwa corridors za justice juu hapati right yake. But mangumi mkono kwa pingu waki struggle kustrango shingo yake. Shipa imevimba, he feeling sigeni juu wamezoea wanamnyonga, wanatunyonga. Article 43 wanatunyonga. Article 35 wanatunyonga. Article 37 wanatunyonga. Article 43 wanatunyonga. Article 43 wanatunyonga. Article 35 wanatunyonga. Article 37 wanatunyonga. Article 43. So kulingana na Article 37, kila Mkenya kona right ya kuassemble, kudemonstrate, kupicket na kupetition. Lakini tunajua ase bana, ase watakunyonga hata ukijaribu bana. Yani constitution imetukava, lakini hao ndio cover ka electa biomathematics.
All right, welcome back to Power Radio. That was Wanatunyonga by the one and only AZ Cocktail, and it's playing right here on the Power Morning Drive Show. My name is Anne Wanyoike, and I am your host for today. And in studio, or rather, where I am at, if you are watching us on YouTube, you can see that I have been joined by my next guest, and I would love him to introduce himself as we get into our conversation. Good morning, Mr. Alois.
Good morning.
Let the people know who you are. Salimia watu. Tutuma salamu.
Asante sana.
Yes.
And thank you for hosting me in Power Radio.
Yes.
We appreciate a lot.
Yeah.
My name is Alois Moi. I work with Uraia. as the civic engagement manager. And at Uraia, we focus a lot on issue of civic education and civic engagement.
Yes.
And today we are hosting a very important moment for us, which we are talking about or celebrating 14 years of the new constitution. I think it's not now new, but a constitution which we have been implementing. And we want to take steps. What achievement have we realized within constitution? What are the gaps? What are the challenges? And then we say constitution is about people. And we mostly like the citizens, the Kenyans themselves, to take lead in ensuring that they promote constitutionalism and also implement the constitution so that we are able to achieve our constitutional aspiration. Also from the government side, we also like to ensure that all the leaders, the state officer and the public officers appreciate the constitution and implement it to the latter.
Amazing. And you know, you stand at a very important place. Your role is in civic education and in civic engagement. I would love to get a sense of how empowered do you think Kenyans are in terms of understanding or how they engage and interpret the Kenyan constitution, because it's one thing to be here celebrating 14 years in, but the people that this constitution was created for, I do get a sense that some of them might not be even in the loop of what is happening.
I think on the level of awareness and on the issue of constitutionalism, we have gone a bit forward, though it's not at a high level, but I can say most of the Kenya have knowledge about the content of the constitution. They can, due to the civic education and all the other, which has been taken by the civil society and all the other organizations that deal with civic education, it has really helped the Kenya to understand the content of the constitution. The challenge comes now in adhering to the constitution, which we are talking about, the constitutionalism. Yes, we understand the content of the constitution. We know our rights. We know how governance should take place. We know issue of public participation. But when it comes to constitutionalism, now it's taking it to another level. I think that is where we have the great challenge. And when we are celebrating the 14th year, that is where the gap is mostly in. How do Kenyans themselves now use the knowledge we are talking about, the civic knowledge about the constitution, which is a bit high, now in putting to practice so that we adhere to the constitutionalism, practice it, and then also hold the government accountable. And it's not only the citizens. When we talk about the government also. Yes, there is understand about the constitution. The constitution is there, but the issue now comes with the constitutionalism, practicing this. If it's issue of governance, issue of leadership, do we practice and implement the constitution and leadership the way it is in the constitution, so that we have that culture of constitutionalism, which is enable now us to realize what we intended with the constitution.
And speaking of constitutionalism, what are some of the impediments to that process? How do we accelerate constitutionalism? Because yes, as you've said, it's clear we do have a great constitution. In fact, the world over, Kenya's constitution is known as one of the most progressive. But how do we ensure that we deal with the impediments of this constitutionalism?
The first step is still on the issue of more awareness, creating more awareness on the constitution. And when I'm talking about awareness, it's both to the citizens and also to the duty bearers who are state and public officers, so that we keep on understanding and the content of the constitution. So if you are informed and you are able to make informed decision, then you'll find that Kenyans will be able to practice constitutionalism, and also the leaders themselves will also be able to practice the culture of constitutionalism. Then the second part, after getting the awareness, is how do we ensure that we put into place the structures which will ensure that we implement the constitution well. We have like the constitutional commissions. Are they in place? The ones on human rights, the one on gender, the ones who monitor governance issues, the ones who monitor how resources like CRA, allocation of resources and all there. Are they well constituted? And do we have good leaders or officers who can engage in implementing the constitution? So supporting these state offices, ensure that there will be constitutionalism. And the third part now, it comes with the oversight. How, us as citizens, when we talk about election, do we ensure that during election we elect good leaders who will be able to practice constitutionalism? Because a constitution is as good as the leaders.
Right.
The leaders are the ones who will implement the constitution.
Right.
So we can have a good constitution, but if we elect leaders who are not interested in the constitution, that is where the challenge comes, because we'll have a good constitution, but they are not able to implement. And this is where the issue of the youth, the women, and all the other comes in. Do we come out and engage when we have elections so that we're able to elect good leaders who are able to promote constitutionalism, good governance, and human rights, and all the other things.
Right.
Then apart from election, our constitution also entrenches public participation. That's another aspect which will ensure that there is constitutionalism. So if the citizens, first is to have good structures which promotes public participation, where citizens first have, we talked about civic education, they have that analytical capacity to engage in governance affairs, so that when they go to public participation, they are able to raise the issues pertaining to the constitution, issue pertaining to governance, human rights, service delivery, and all the other. So if you have effective public participation, meaningful public participation, there's good structure and platform for public participation, then from the citizen side, also they are willing and they have that knowledge to participate. And they engage. If we have things like public forums where we're talking about legislation, the National Assembly or the County Assembly want to make some legislation, and people come out, the citizens come out on public participation platform, raise their issue and give views, we'll find those one will ensure that there is constitutionalism. And also on the other side, the government or state is also able to listen to the citizens. So public participation is very essential and a good factor which also ensure that constitution is promoted. Then the other part is also on our leaders. I think leadership is about people. And when we are elected, that position is passed to us, but the power still remains with the people. And this one, we are talking about election, but also leaders when they are in office, do they look at issues of values, adhering to our values, adhering to our constitution, adhering to the law? And if the leaders are able to do that and engage with the citizens, those are the factors which promote constitutionalism in the country.
Wow. And I mean, what do you think this moment means for Kenyans at large? I mean, 14 years in the Constitution was promulgated in 2010. What do you think this moment means for Kenyans, and what do you hope that the next 14 years is going to look like when it comes to Kenyan Constitution and transforming Kenya through the Constitution?
So this is a great moment when we're celebrating 14 years. 14 years are so many years since we promulgated the Constitution. So this moment is when the Kenyans, and when we talk about Kenyans, we talk about the citizens and also the leaders, so that we come clear and we have that responsibility to take stock. What are the challenges we are facing in the implementation of the Constitution? So that we are all able to ensure that we implement the Constitution from the citizens and also from the leaders. We have to look at the gaps which are there. And also come up with the recommendation. The Constitution is there. We don't even need changes in the Constitution, but we need just to look at the challenges which are there, which sections are not being implemented, which are the factors which are not making us implement the Constitution well. If you look more so, I think one of the key principles which was very important in the Constitution was the devolution. Is devolution working? And I think we should not come out criticizing devolution, but we should look at why is it not working. And that one comes with the governance issue, where are the citizens engaged in this? Are the leaders practicing good governance and good leadership so that devolution is able to work? So we look at issue like we have been talking about impunity, corruption. How do we come together as Kenya and see that we are fighting these vices which are there, which are impeding things like service delivery, issue of affecting human rights and all the other. So this is a very good moment when we have to sit together as Kenya without throwing words to each other,
Yeah.
but looking at what are these challenges, what are these gaps, and if we look at the next maybe coming 10 years, what are the areas that we want to strengthen? Look at issue first, we talked about public participation.
Right.
Us as citizens,
Yeah.
are we able to look for information and participate when we are required?
Yes.
The other part of government, us as leaders, we have been given this responsibility. Have we set those structures which are needed to ensure that there is effective public participation and citizen engagement in governance? And these are the issues which will promote constitutionalism. So I think it's a very good moment when we have to come together, look at our constitution, and then see how do we make it work as Kenyans.
Wow. That is very well articulated, Mr. Alois. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for coming and gracing our platform today. And as your parting shot, maybe you can look right into that camera and give your clarion call to stakeholders, to Kenyans, you know, at large, and tell them anything that you would love them to know about the Constitution and how they can plug into the conversation of transforming their country progressively. Yes.
So thank you.
Yeah.
I think what I can tell Kenyans is that let's practice constitutionalism. We say that supremacy belongs to the citizens of Kenya. And when it belongs to us, all of us as Kenya have a role to play to ensure that our constitution works, to ensure that we have good governance, we have good leadership, and to ensure that our country, we are able to deliver and realize each Kenyan's needs. So constitutionalism is the role of every Kenyan. How do we ensure that we adhere to our values? How do we ensure that we participate in governance processes and ensure that our constitution is able to work? So let's all play our role, starting from the community level, family level, society that we have, all the institutions that we have. Do we practice constitutionalism as a way of life to ensure that our constitution works?
Amazing.
Thank you.
Wow. That was the final remarks of Mr. Alois from Uraia Trust, and they are doing an impeccable job of just ensuring that Kenyans are empowered with the information that they need, civically engaging Kenyans all over this country. We, as Power Radio, are beneficiaries of Uraia Trust. They are our partners as well. And so we do want to really take this moment to thank them for the amazing and incredible work that they have been able to do in service of this country as well. Mr. Alois, thank you so much for the privilege of your time, and we can't wait to see what is in store in the next 14 years of the Kenyan Constitution. Asante sana.
So thank you very much.
Yes.
And thank you for hosting me.
Amazing.
Asante.
You've been an amazing great guest.
Asante.
Yes.
Champion vibes.
Kutoka geto sio ngumu, lazima uwe na form. Piga mishemishe utameki odo. Kutoka geto sio ngumu, lazima uwe na form. Piga mishemishe utameki odo. Wakisema hautameki asala, hii dunia ni duara, chapa kazi. Wakisema hautameki asala, hii dunia ni duara, chapa kazi. Chenga kama Olunga, chomoka kama Kipyego na Kipchoge. Cheki Lupita Nyong'o, Wanyama naye ni champion. Carry on, oh yes I'm a champion. One in a million. Kenyans a champion. One in a million. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. One in a million. Oh yes, we are champions. One in a million.
Some say that you coulda never make it out of the poverty. Them not know your priority. When I give up life, what them say, Jah bless me with sanity. We turning dreams to reality. When you put your eyes on the prize, it won't be very long before them ever realize. Enough of them a bad man, them have to criticize. Them can't stop a get a youth steady on the rise. When you put your eyes on the prize, it won't be very long before them a go realize. Enough of them a bad man, them a go criticize. Them can't stop or get a youth steady on the rise. Yeah.
I'm a champion.
Oh yes, I'm a champion.
I'm a champion.
1 in a million.
I'm a champion.
Kenyans a champion.
I'm a champion.
1 in a million.
I'm a champion.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. 1 in a million.
I'm a champion.
Oh yes, we are champions. 1 in a million.
Stand and let the sun shine bright.
Yeah.
Celebrate tonight. Fly up to the highest high and sing. I'm a Kenyan champion. Dance. Let it rain all night.
I'm a champion.
Celebrate tonight. Fly up to the highest high and sing. I'm a Kenyan champion. I'm a Kenyan champion. I'm a Kenyan champion. Yeah.
I'm a champion.
I'm a Kenyan champion.
Would you ever think to be a champion? Would you ever think to win big in your life? Would you ever think to be 1 in a million? Million. Would you ever think to be a champion? Would you ever think you win big in your life? Would you ever think to be 1 in a million? Million.
I come from the land of champions.
Rise up, see mama.
I'm a Kenyan champion.
Rise up, see mama.
Nalipa tax na hata siwezi afford kupanda taxi. Kwa banki sina kakitu, siwezi afford hata shati. Maji nanywa ya kanjo yako ya chupa za mapambo. Nalipia mtoto wako elimu ya bure ya juu. Unanipa ya bure lakini ya utu. Oh no. So nita Mwananchi, tabia zako ziko chini, unapenda kulipa hongo na kutumia njia za uongo. Una mipango na hata watoto wa kando, haujui hata majina yao. Kura yako uliuza maini figo, ukakulia hadi dini, kisha wasema tukuthamini, na wewe hapo hauaminiki, na wewe hapo haupangiki.
Wapi kidero when you need to slap somebody? Complain ufisadi, kwani ulidhani t-shirt 50 bob leso siku ya campaign ilikuwa free? Ni 5 year loan investment, utalipa kiingia parliament. We are one, amani we are one. Na utumishi kwa wote, utu missing CCTV we were watching. Racial insecurity na job opportunity ni kama mti ya kibiriti. Side moja heavy, usiniambie Kenya kuna umaskini, kwani hizi fat fingers zinaibia nane? Maskando ina threaten our survival. Media define leadership, na sura ukiaka front page na improve readership. Ambia wase wa Twitter wa hashtag hii ama hash reality doesn't make a good TT. Commission of inquiry wanakula commission bila kutupa ukweli, ni kubaya. Baka kukiwa kuzuri unashindwa nini mbaya. Machozi ya perpetrator ineza dilute damu ya victim ilimwagika. After all is said and done, all will be said, nothing will be done. You're not my tribe, but you're my blood type. Like it doesn't have to take tragedy to know that.
Sheria,
All right, that is Sharia by the one and only Giuliani, and it's playing right here on Power Radio. We are live on location at the National Museums. We are here to celebrate 14 years of the Kenyan Constitution. So if you do not have kauna form, please make your way to the Dr. Liki Auditorium for conversations around the Kenyan Constitution and constitutionalism as well. And as you can see, I have been joined by a guest of mine, and I'm going to let her introduce herself so that we can get into our next conversation. Good morning, Miss Anne.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you so much for gracing our Power Radio this morning. Mm-hmm. How are you feeling?
A bit sickly.
A bit sickly. I hope by the end of this day you will be feeling much, much better.
But very, very excited to be part of the team.
Yes.
We are here under Uraia Trust.
Yes.
And we're hoping for the best before the day comes to
Amazing,
an end.
Amazing.
Yes.
Sawa, sawa. So maybe you can introduce yourself and the work that you do.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Is it my viewers? Is it my listeners?
All of them.
All of them.
All the above, yes.
Good morning, our viewers and our listeners.
Yeah.
As you've heard from our super hosts, Wairimu Ann is my name.
Mm.
I am here representing Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. We are an organization that focuses on deaf women, deaf girls, human rights, reproductive health, and such.
Yes.
I am here as a guest to share more insights based on what I'll be asked to say.
Yes.
Yes.
And incredible. Mm-hmm. And maybe to just get a sense of where you stand.
Yes.
14 years of Kenya's constitution,
yes,
since its promulgation in 2010. Where do you stand? Are you excited about this moment? Do you feel that the Kenyan Constitution has achieved anything? And if at all, what are some of the achievements that you feel individually it has been able to achieve?
Wow. Speaking of, I heard you say promulgation,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Let me start by saying,
Yeah.
I think when the Constitution was being promulgated,
Yes. It's quite a mouthful.
I was a young girl.
Yes.
That was 2010.
Uh-huh.
I was a young girl. I think in 2010 I was in my Form 1. Form 1 or Form 2. So now hearing promulgation, I've just joined high school.
Yeah.
We are learning history.
Yes.
Hizi ni nini.
Yes.
But I am a lover of history, by the way.
Okay.
I have studied history up to my university level.
Okay.
I am a teacher by profession.
Ah.
I teach history, I teach CRE.
Okay.
So now you can understand
This is your world.
This is my world.
Yes.
I've read our constitution, and I feel since promulgation, now the Gen Z, sometimes we are ignorant.
Yeah.
Let me use the word ignorant. Because even asking someone, what does this article say? What does this article say? Sometimes we are hesitant.
Yes.
But, well, things have been good. But I have a complaint.
Yes.
There are so many positions, so many leadership positions that we brought to board, which I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say, how they have impacted me as a Kenyan citizen. Sijui we have women rep. Sijui we have governor. Initially we didn't have this post.
Yes.
We have women rep. We have governor, deputy governor. These people are receiving salaries.
They are. Yes, they are.
But what do they do?
Yeah. Good question.
I was expecting when we were having, I don't know if you remember, at time we were having this conversation in the country. Sijui, girls are being killed, girls are being abducted.
Yes.
You remember young girls dying, Sijui, in Airbnbs and whatever.
Yes.
You know what my expectation was? My expectation was this women rep would come up, fight for these girls.
Yes.
Sijui, say this.
Affirmative
say
action.
That. Exactly.
Yes.
But it didn't happen. So my question is, the constitution was promulgated.
Right.
So
what is there to show
not,
for it?
My expectations were not met.
Yes.
As a girl, as a woman, as a mother, because I am a mother, and all that.
Yeah.
So somehow I feel we still have a long way to go.
Yes.
On matters constitution.
Yes.
We have a long way to go.
And I mean, just to even now shift the focus on the work that you do at Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network.
Yes.
First of all, that's already a cluster of marginalized groups of people, PWDs.
Yes.
I really get agitated and irritated whenever we go to forums and PWDs are just, they come up in the conversation just as tokens, just as buzzwords to get people excited about diversity and inclusion. So when it comes to the Kenyan Constitution, how well catered for do you feel it has been in terms of including PWDs? And for those who do not know, PWDs are people who live with disabilities. Yeah, so what do you think the Kenyan Constitution has been able to do in terms of creating spaces for PWDs to exist, if at all it has been able to do so? Yeah.
Okay, in a nutshell, Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network, we focus on deaf girls and deaf women. And speaking of the Constitution, I don't want to say it is obvious that people know deaf people rely on sign language interpreters for communication.
Yes.
By the way, speaking of Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network, I work as the project officer.
Okay.
So I don't want to assume that people who are watching us or listening to us, they understand that deaf women rely on sign language interpreters for communication.
Right.
And now for sign language interpreters for communication, we use Kenya Sign Language interpretation as a mode of communication to bridge the gap between the hearing and the deaf.
Yes.
Currently, we have 2 bills in Parliament focusing on interpretation, the deaf and water field, on water view, how to improve the quality of sign language interpretation, how to have interpreters observing the headings and such.
Yes.
Those are bills that I can share.
Yes.
And the proceedings are going on well, both in National Assembly and the Senate.
Yeah.
But I feel the Constitution, somehow, we are not fully supported.
Yes.
As sign language interpreters and as the deaf. I know you have seen sign language interpreters working on television.
Yes, in
and
public forums.
In public forums.
Yeah.
We even have one
Yes.
as we talk.
Yes.
And some of the issues that we raise, because I am conversant with Kenya Sign Language interpretation.
Yes.
Look at the insert of the interpreters. Let me take an example of like Citizen
Yes,
TV.
yes.
You see the insert with somebody
Very small.
throwing their hands, a blue background.
Yeah.
It is very small.
Very minimal.
Very minimal.
Yeah.
Number 2, the level of training, the certification. So far, we don't even have a recognized institution where we can say this institution can offer maybe a diploma in sign language interpretation.
Yes.
So far, we only have certification. And if we have areas that we are learning diploma and such,
Yes.
they are growing.
Right.
They are now in the foundation coming up.
Right.
So what can our leaders do to do the best in that area? When it comes to sign language interpretation, you go to forums, people are like, you're just that girl throwing hands.
Yes.
You're just that person throwing hands.
Yeah.
Communicating with, they use the word boo-boo.
Yes,
Communicating with
boo-boos.
boo-boo.
Yes.
Communicating with watu walemavu. You see those words?
Yes.
Communicating with how mabubu wako ana. You see?
Yeah.
Communicating with, like even right now in the morning, I have heard someone saying, people with special needs. What is people with special needs?
Yes.
You know?
So-
what is people with special needs? Do we have awareness to make people understand? We no longer say people with special needs. Just say a person with disabilities. That's it, you know?
That's it, yes.
And now that this is in the media, let's create awareness. And tell,
Awareness.
we don't say a person who is disabled. Those are words that we have fight for a very long time to remove. You know?
Right.
So what are our leaders doing?
Yes.
This constitution that we promulgated in 2010,
Yes.
how is it willing to support us as we create this awareness?
Right.
I mean, there is so much. There's
Yes.
so much we can share
Yes.
on this.
Wow.
Yeah.
And in terms of, you've said rephrasing and reframing narratives of how PWDs are seen, in society.
Yes.
What then do you think the role of the media can be in supporting even advancing some of the work that you are doing with the deaf women and as well with other members of the PWD community?
One of the roles would be even thanking you for such an opportunity for me to sit here and share the insights that I have.
Yes.
Another area is maybe if it is the television, we can think of maybe advancing the insert.
Yes.
Bringing up forums for us to have such discussions.
Right.
And whenever we have issues, we can air them on TV, on radio. I know of cases where deaf people go even to police stations. They want to report a case, but there's no sign language interpreter. You know,
So it becomes-
can we air such? It
Yes.
becomes an issue.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
can we air that? Or if maybe there's a sign language interpreter, what about confidentiality?
Right.
That is a police station. What about a hospital?
Yes.
I am here.
Yes.
I am deaf.
Yes.
I am pregnant. I want to give birth.
Right. How
I
do we
want to communicate with the doctor. I can do it. I can give birth normally.
Yes.
Why would it be that the doctor has to decide? I have to do CS.
Yes.
You understand?
Right.
Can the media air
such
grievances?
Right,
you know?
right.
Can we go and cover stories? We also have the issue of employment. Can we have media stations even employing deaf people, even if it is at the reception, you know? Even if it is, even people are doing even mass communication.
Yeah.
Can we have them on board?
Yeah.
Other than saying they cannot do this, they cannot do that.
Yes.
Think of an interview setup.
Yes.
You want to employ, you have advertised for a position.
Right.
For example, maybe you want an editor at work.
Yes.
And whenever a deaf person applies for this position, how willing are you to incorporate them in your system? You know?
Yes.
And when I come for an interview as a deaf person, are you willing to provide me with a sign language interpreter? Somebody who is competent, somebody who will understand as I answer questions in sign language, they are going to voice what I have said.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
you understand.
Yeah.
So those are some of the areas I feel the media can.
Yeah. And when it comes to bridging the gap between, for instance, civic education, whenever I go to civic education forums, rarely do you find people, especially deaf people. And so what would your clarion call be for the people who are in the civic society space in ensuring that they engage people living with disabilities meaningfully, and specifically you can even talk to the upholding the constitution in a bid to ensure that the space is opened up even for deaf women as well.
So my take on that, I feel even when the constitution was being promulgated, can we have these important clauses aired in Kenyan Sign Language? We can do short videos to explain to the, not only now, even women and girls, we can have the deaf. Can we have them done in Kenyan Sign Language? Now we are celebrating the Katiba Day. Can we have it in sign language? Can we create awareness to the deaf people out there? What is happening today? Can we help them understand what does the Constitution say about us? You understand?
Yes.
I feel that is important.
Wow.
And can be done in Kenyan Sign Language. We
And can
do
be done,
clips.
yes.
We can do them in a simpler language that the deaf can understand, you know? Yeah.
And so, for you individually, what does this moment mean for you? I mean, we've just seen, for instance, the June-July protest in Kenya. That was quite an unprecedented moment in Kenya. So are you hopeful that the next 14 years perhaps are going to look bright for Kenyan, in Kenyan history in terms of upholding the constitution and us getting or gearing towards constitutionalism? Where do you stand with all this?
To be honest, I'm still worried.
It's okay. You can be honest.
I still have some butterflies. With me because I'm like, after the demonstration and all this, what next? It has been a song all along. 14 now years down the line. The next 14 years. Where is the foundation? Today is Katiba Day. Where are our leaders? What are they saying on this issue? How much are we going to reduce this budget? Because now, me, I'm a Gen Z, and I will say, we've been fighting for the bill for one time in Kenya. Now, this is history in the making. A finance bill was withdrawn, and we have now to start doing it again. That is history in the making. But how ready are we?
How ready are we?
Even when it was withdrawn, when the finance bill was withdrawn, what have we had from our leaders since then? And so that is making me worried. So what about the next 14 years? That's my worry.
Wow. Amazing. We could talk on and on and on and on, but I understand you have to go back to the conversation there. But you can face that camera and let the people know, how can they plug in and specifically talk to creating and opening up spaces for deaf women to exist and thrive in society, but also your clarion call to stakeholders, duty bearers, the state as well, the government, anybody who can do anything for deaf women. Talk to them right now. Call them out if you need to do so.
So my take, as we come to an end, I want to say we can do better than what we're doing right now. To stakeholders, to the states, to the partners that we have, we can still do better. How I wish we all understand, each and everyone understands their responsibilities on this, and we do, as it is said, we can still do better.
Awesome. I'm not going to add anything on to that. Thank you so much, Ms. Anne Wairimu from the Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity and for the amazing work that you're doing with, marginalized groups of people. We can never get over that as well. So thank you so much for the amazing work that you're doing. So there you have it, folks. That has been Anne Wairimu from the Kenya National Deaf Women Peace Network. Network, sharing her insights as to where she feels the Kenyan Constitution has done or has gone in terms of opening up the space for inclusion and diversity for the people that live with disabilities in this country as well. And from her sentiments, you could tell, and there's a sense that the Kenyan Constitution, yes, the provisions have been provided for, but the implementation of it, we still have a very long way to go. And those are some of the conversations that we will be having on this entire day, on Katiba Day. As you all know, Katiba is turning 14 years since its promulgation in 2010, and we shall be looking at the Constitution in sharp focus, interrogating what has been done so far, where have we gone, what are some of the steps, mishaps as well, pains and the gains as well of the Kenyan Constitution in rephrasing and in reframing transformation, both politically, economically, socially, and other aspects in our Kenyan existence. For now, let's take a quick break. We will be right back with my next guest, so you do want to stick around for that. This is Power Radio on a very special edition of the Power Morning Drive. Remember, you can engage with us on our social media handles. We are at Power Radio across Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, as well as on X. And also you can catch this live broadcast on our YouTube channel. We are at Power Radio, and on our website, www.power254.org/Power Radio. Keep it Power Radio. I will see you on the other side of the music break.
Nimewacha kuwa shahidi, so round this mimi ni muzika. Mambo yametoko toko toko ta, toko 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 ta, toko 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 ta, toko 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 ta.
Hey, kajenzi tumekuja reverse, hatuendi hata kai season ni tough, waswali dedi ni kasi reason enough. Jua kuna changes, game na kaniraf. Wanadai tubonge, jua nina tuna kazi toke. Basi swanyonge, parliament iliona moto kote. Hakuna shock day, kwa sit na kulizo tiaga zote. Manamano ikosi, hatuwezi kubali kusota wote. Nikutana mask na Colgate, na vile igavani hopeless. Imani tuweke kwa saa God, hakuna kulamba kikombe. Taxes high, hatufumui hata hewa ya jana. You speak of poverty, na watu walidedi, woni ya Sara.
Some coveting at the cabinet, not fooled by your politics. I'm Njege emptying cartridges. Go to shoot, I'm a policy. Handshaking all your agreements. Time to move easy policies. Truth be told, rule of law, high inequality. So we ready for the hurricane. Mazi Bridget kenda protest scam. Jeshi bosi baki bed. Hawa wezi hawa endi jail. Wako ndani ya Bentley hadi Benz. Mkata ushuru yako trekking fika kazi late. Getting selfish now we ending up in scammy shares. Ghetto still waiting joke kupata maji fresh.
Machozi kilitokotwa na slum upgrading, ikakost demolitions, micromigrations, transits na mobility, kikatokota martini wale ma-emancipated minor, na hali ya uchumi kupanda, vilifuzi vya machozi vilianza na uongozi mbaya, na bora kiongozi wa kutoka kabila la kwetu instead of kiongozi bora na siasa kasoro ukombozi. Sasa waandamanaji wamejaa ghadhabu za Kikristo, ila roho zao za ki-anti kiongozi ni za Waarabu. Uliza vidole sita oyole, mkono mtupu haurambwi. Uliza hadi kanjo, CBD, kiprojes, mtasis, mutasa kwa shode. Wote tisani viti magizani content, hakuna kukimbizana nao kama mchana kao katikoteza wakao.
Ambaye imezidi, nimewacha kuwa shahidi, so round this mimi ni muzika. Mambo yametoko toko toko ta, toko 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 ta, toko 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 ta, toko 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 ta. impossible.
Nani alisema kuwa ni rahisi? Nani alisema kuwa huwezi? Jua likiwaka nawe pia changamka. Leo ni siku mpya, unaweza.
Siri ya kumeki kwa life ni kuchapa kazi. Shida zikiwa mob kumoka inakaribia zaidi. Wezi ngashinda jua na bado kupegiza. Dosa yako ishine lazima kuwe na giza. Piga kazi na bidii, hii ndo siri ya miujiza. Mungu ana come fast, tegemea nguvu za giza. Never give up, ni hard but ukijikaza utamaliza. Wacha kujikompea na wenye walikutangulia. We concentrate, invest resource na itakuja jipa. Walinita Bartolomeo, kumbe kipofu ni la future. Kiziwi nilisikia footsteps za success ndani ya silence. Lessons learned, great things come for the least expected. From single rooms za mambao na ndoto za room. So tubunga los na balconies yani mansion za kiso. Enyewe kuishi kirais, I say sio rais. Rap excellency, embakasi president.
Nani alisema kuwa ni rahisi? Nani alisema kuwa huwezi? Jua likiwaka nawe pia changamka. Leo ni siku mpya, unaweza.
You got it all it takes, kazana timiza ndoto. Situation siyo permanent, vumilia msoto. Declare life and guarantee, utakuwa great. Nilideclare success kijokes, squeezy naitwa the beast. Between wewe na dream, instructions za God exist. Hakuna kugive up, hiyo chance I exist. Behind every glory kuna kuanga na story. Nilikuwa napiga mjei, na singa for spray any. Squeezy naingia choo, natoka na harufu ya cologne. God alipatia right time na chance nika move on. Nika take advantage, sikujidoubt, nilijiamini. Mi ndo reflection ya watu, mi ndo kioo hii jamii. Nilijua ulimi yangu one day itafungua doors. Ulimi saa nyororo, naeza funga nayo gate. Nasikia wanafunzi kwa chuo, wanani debate. Betting companies wameni slot kwa sites zao za kubet.
Nani alisema kuwa ni rahisi? Nani alisema kuwa huwezi? Jua likiwaka nawe pia changamka. Leo ni siku mpya, unaweza. There's a fire burning in you. There's a lion rolling inside you. You better rise up, unaweza. You gotta get up, yes you can. Nani alisema kuwa ni rahisi? It's not easy. Nani alisema kuwa huwezi? You can do it. Jua likiwaka nawe pia changamka. Leo ni siku mpya, unaweza. Nani alisema kuwa ni rahisi? Nani alisema kuwa huwezi? Jua likiwaka nawe pia changamka. Leo ni siku mpya, unaweza.
You have no excuse. Do what you gotta do and never stop for any reason. Failure is not permanent and delay is not denial.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. Mr. Speaker, we don't fear you. Tuko ndani, we stomped inside.
Condolences to the families and friends of all the Gen Z we lost 2024. Our freedom fighters, our heroes. I'm offended. Little. I'm more than offended, bro. I'm disgusted. Aje sasa. Yeah, skiza. Ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni kas kwa wabuze. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni kas kwa wabuze. Ini more than just music. Ini chant, tunakaa sawa puzi. Leo wanatuona tuliwavotia tu juzi. Saini ya aibu gani? Na mkipiga magoti nyuomba Mungu mgani? Na under your watch mmeua watu wangapi? Kennedy Onyango 12 years Rongai. Denzel Omondi mlimchukulia uhai. Hapa ni wapi? Hapa ni wapi? Maumbo walai. Austin Makoha, Christian Gitonga, Joshua Ombati na Wilson Sitati. Bado tunawapenda, kuna siku watu wa hati. Waresh wetu, heroines wetu, Caroline Shiramba na Valentine Jerry. Hatuja surrender, bado mapambano daily. Mbiti Scott, Clinton Mavali. Usiku kucha tuko macho hatulali. Kelvin Madanga, Emmanuel Tata, Lemayen Kasaine, Matthew Njoroge, Kelvin Mawasi na Kennedy Njeru. Tawakumbuka diaspora mpaka Ujeru. Eric Kiratu, Ibrahim Wanjiru, Kennedy Maina na Erickson Kialo, Eric Kayoni na David Chege, Beasley Kogi, Mike Hunga. Chenye mlifanya mikono tunawaunga. Fegi tuliwasha hadi filter wanakula. Tiaga swali tupa kama shisha tulivuta. Rex Masai muweke picha kwa manguo. Mfundishe history makampo mpaka na machuo. How kids, women and many I haven't mentioned were killed in 2024 fighting for the nation. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze.
Tumetoka kusikia hiyo story ya mlima. Mara mumeshika na murembe mzima. Wasomi viongozi wamegeuka wakabila. Inchi yetu literally wametupa ndani ya pipa. Opposition walidandia vipi? A movement ya vijana wakajigawia viti. Wananchi ndo walishikwa wakalala ndani ya jela. Wengine wakapigwa marisasi wakagenya. Damn, president bila emotions. Na kila Sunday namuona kwa devotions. Na huyo Mungu ndo atakupiga viboko. Wazazi wetu wakikulia mikopo. Wajui state of our roads wanatumia machopa. A 1 million wanabaia maboxa. Imagine budget paka ofisi ya Dokas. Ndo mtueleze hiyo ndiyo kuokoka. Mnataka kuza airport kwa Dan bana. Na hiyo deal tunaielewa kwa undani sana. Na hiyo kitu umepea joo, hiyo ni hatari sana. Na umekimya tukiwao, hapana bana. Wengi ni taxi mewa cost makaria. Wanabiashara wakaenda loss wakalia. Nyi mnadhani tunafaa kuimport kadamia. Ndani ya cage kimawazo kama Duale na ngamia.
Ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze. Yeah, ini more than just music. Ini chant, ni gas kwa wabuze.
Kwani we ni leader wa nani? Nyumbani kwako we hautujali. Badala ya ajira nyumbani, mayouth wanatumwa kwa inchi za mbali. Tunahitaji manpower home, tubadilishe kila mitaa hapa home. Hata mimi nadai better education, proper medication, walimu na pension. Mavipi Gen Z, ini times unajua, ikituuma ni lazima tuiseme. Na kuna kubonga mo, mana inchi wamekaa mkuu wa chuja. Gen Z, ndio times unajua, ikituuma ni lazima tuiseme. Na kuna kubonga mo, wana inchi wamekaa mkuu wa chuja.
Britain siko so open, crocodile tears inahitaji intervention ya kitunguu. Vitu kikwa life chishapoteza meaning, pombe inatumika kutoa lock, jumulishapoteza kifunguu. I'm offended. Youth uko depressed, una kazi na serikali inapea kazi wenye wanafaa wawe retirement. So mbona una tense na hata mood ya worry? Hakuna hata pesa ya kulipo peanuts. Squeezy kila mtu anauza njugu. Si wenzetu wakati wa kura ndio wanakumbuka kutuita mandugu. Serikali ingekuwa inajali what we say. Parliament ingekuwa na headphones na sio speaker. Mchana wanalala bunge na usiku wanataka night allowance. Hatred ni more, love ni rare. Wakristo ndo wako na chuki sana. Ironically, some of their favorite verses iko in the book of Romans. Truth iko na arrogance. RIP our fallen comrades. Huku Kenya of life's importance. Let's teach our girls. Squeezy wengine wanatumia miadarati ndio wawe women of substance. I'm offended. We have a long way to go as a country na sio distance. Wafungwa bado wanaibia watu wakiwa kwa jela. Propaganda ndo ina sell. Hapo State House wasikudanganye na deeds. Wataki kwenda heaven, wanaogopa kwenda hell. Wasikudanganye na words, body language can tell. Misplaced priorities. Hakuna maji kwa mifereji na maesa ya kura, wako busy kutap talent. Waliahidi stadium lakini kwa grounds vitu ni different. Nakuru, Kihika, Naiba na Samburu. Avieta governor ako loyal to Adani. Money trees wako majani. Promises ni mingi lakini manifesto zao ni kama katiba. Zote zinasema vitu zenye hakuna. I'm offended.
Zakayo wateme jama bana, tumechoka manzi. Zakayo washuke.
You're alright, you're okay.
I wake up early in the morning and hear the birds call out my name. I look heavenward and hear your voice say, you're alright, you're okay. I'm alright, I'm okay. Another day and another hour, I'm growing wings to fly like eagles. I'm reaching for the stars and further. Whoa. I tune into my favorite radio station and hear the news from yesterday. Somebody somewhere won't get to see another day, but I'm alright, I'm okay. I'm alright, I'm okay. Another day and another hour, I'm growing wings to fly like eagles. I'm reaching for the stars and further. Every day in my dreams, I'm rising, it seems. There's nothing to hold me. I see the unseen. My faith is my anchor. My hope is my rudder. And nothing can harm me as I cross the sea. Guardian angel, won't you guide me across the waves to my destiny? I've stretched my rod as far as I can reach. Say I'm alright, I'm okay. You're alright, you're okay. Every day in my dreams, I'm rising, it seems. There's nothing to hold me. I feel the unseen. My faith is my anchor. My hope is my rudder. And nothing can harm me as I cross the sea. Let's see. Soa. Bawa, bawa. Haya, 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 haya. Soa. Soa, 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 soa.
All right, that is Sawa Sawa by Eric Wainaina, and it's playing right here on Power Radio. This is a Power Morning Drive Show, and a very special edition, the Katiba edition is what we are calling it. We are live in location at the museums. We are at the Dr. Leakey Auditorium for a day packed of conversations around the Constitution of Kenya. As you may know or may not know, Kenya's Constitution is turning 14 this week, and we shall be focusing on, conversations around where have we gone, what are some of the strides that the Kenyan Constitution has been able to achieve, in terms of inclusion. We talk about governance as well, reframing political, social, and economic institutions as well. And who else to do that, kind of conversation with me, apart from the next guest that I'm about to introduce to you, or rather, will allow him introduce himself. So, good morning, Mr. Crispin.
Good morning, madam.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
Karibu sana to Power Radio. So maybe you can start by introducing yourself and what you do, and then we get into the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
My name, as you have heard, is called Crispin Benadolo.
Mm-hmm.
I am a civic educator in the county of Nairobi with Uraia Trust.
Yes.
I work basically in Embakasi South, and I cover 5 wards. I am the sub-county civic educator.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the work that you're doing as a civic educator. And just maybe to get a sense of where you are at as a civic educator, 14 years in, Kenyan Katiba was promulgated in 2010. Where do you stand as Crispin? Do you feel that the Kenyan Constitution has been able to achieve all the provisions that it stipulates or well articulates within enshrined in its articles and clauses?
Very good question, and thank you for that.
Yeah.
As Kenyans, yes, the Constitution has achieved quite a lot, and there are also areas that it has not achieved. And therefore, the answer, we could divide my response into 2, yes and no.
Yes.
In areas where we have achieved impeccable advancements in the areas of advocacy. It's like for the 14 days, Kenyans have become aware that there is a constitution, and this constitution is theirs, and they can use it to achieve what they want.
Yes.
They can use it to demand their rights. They can use it to interrogate duty bearers.
Yes.
They can use the constitution for nearly everything that is affecting their life.
Right.
That is one area that the Constitution has gone well, the advocacy. And this is basically because of the support the Uraia Trust has given the trainers spread across the country doing this.
Right.
It's interesting that when we were starting to do this job some times back, people could not even understand what is called the Constitution. Nobody knew. Even if you try to tell them there is a Constitution, people tell you of what benefit. But 14 years down the lane, now people are starting to appreciate the Constitution, especially in areas like human rights. If you look at the Bill of Rights in Chapter 4, the entire Chapter 4, now people are realizing that it affects them direct. If you look at the supremacy of the Constitution, Article 1, the people now feel this is ours, we own it. They are working day and night. Let me give you a scenario. I work with groups which are organized and informal.
Right.
Some are not organized at all.
Yeah.
They are community women. The level of education is very low. Women groups, youth groups, and some are intellectuals who have gone to school but have nothing else to do. They are there in the community.
Yes.
Not that they are fools, but because they have not gotten the opportunity.
Right.
Now, when you go to this group, when we were starting, there are groups who would not want to listen to any discussion about the Constitution. They would tell you, we don't have time. Itanisaidia na nini?
Yes.
Mimi naenda kuhustle.
Yes.
Mimi ni mama mboga, mimi ni kijana wa mtaa, garbage collector, ama hustler. Wengine wanasema, mimi ni oye. Unaona?
Yes.
So those were the language. But now I'm telling you, after going through the 14 years, huyo person mwenye alikuwa anasema the Constitution cannot help is now the one that is enjoying it.
Right.
And is using it to check on the leadership.
Yes.
So that is one achievement. On the other side, where I think the Constitution has not done much,
right,
I think the level of exposure is been minimal. And I think the political class has taken it upon themselves.
Yeah.
So they kind of deny the people the opportunity because they are supposed to be doing civic education to the people. They don't do it. And they are using it as a gag to make people unaware so that they continue misusing them. And especially when it comes to the election time, that is the time they employ it so well that you can realize, yes, the constitution doesn't mean anything to them. But what means keep the people silly and then you can rule over them as long as you want.
Yes.
Because that is the time the question of our man comes in. We are voting our man. The constitution is put aside, which tells you can vote anybody as long as is capable. Now our man comes in.
Right.
That area still feel that a lot of advocacy need to be done across the country with impeccable support. And that's why civic education, Urahia should do it continuously because it's the gap.
Yes.
The other thing that I would want to say as a good development is in the level of checks and balances, taking leaders into account. At my age, I have lived a bit because I grew with all the presidents in Kenya. Before the late president died, I was there. I saw how it was. I saw Moi. I saw Kibaki. I saw Uhuru. Now I'm seeing His Excellency President Ruto.
Yes.
In the early 90s, we could not sit the way we are sitting with you and talk.
Right.
Discuss anything. We would be considered either
treasonous.
Yes. We are planning something bad about the government. The government was somehow not ours. Any discussion in line towards the government was a taboo.
Yes.
It was left to the elected leaders.
That's right.
Who, first of all, they were not friendly to the people. They were in their offices. So that gap was that big.
Yes.
But as soon as the clamor for multi-party started and people started talking, fear started going away. Now there is no fear. Everybody is aware.
Right.
And they are working doing their thing based on the Constitution. It's an achievement. That is one good thing that this Constitution has given us. Opened our eyes so that we take our responsibilities as the people of Kenya. Our sovereign power is now being felt.
Yes.
You can see the people can picket, the people can raise their voices. The voices were suppressed. So those are some of the areas I would feel this Constitution has given us a good chance. The other area that I would want to feel, you've talked of participation.
Yeah.
According to me, participation is one of the most important tools, participation and devolution in this constitution. Had it not been for that, I think the people would have not known the benefit of the government. Unless you are rightfully connected. You are a son of so-and-so, you are a daughter of so-and-so, and in your family, you are the family of leaders, because that's what was being drummed in the minds of Kenyans. You must come from this family so that you lead. And with this devolution being spread across, and people are starting to see resources can also follow it a bit. You can now go to my rural country, or where I work in Nairobi, in the Mukuru slums, and you find an hospital, a level 4 hospital.
Yes.
Sometimes back there, you would walk to Kenyatta.
Yeah.
That was the only hospital known. If you are having those who are going for deliveries would only go to Pumwani. That was the hospital. And taxes were being collected. Now they can go somewhere closer to them.
Yeah.
So devolution and public participation is avenues that are helping the people to get immersed into this constitution.
Yes.
And to own it up. And believe me, 5 years down the line from now, I don't think thieves will have any place. Those who have been stealing in our offices, they will not have any place, because the people are going to give them a hard checks and balances of whatever they do. They will be held accountable.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. And I mean, that's very well articulated. And I would love to ask you, what are some of the cultural barriers that you deal with when you go, into that, the 5 wards that you're talking about, and you are in engaging the communities in civic education, what are some of the cultural barriers that you have to go through? Because I understand that opening up spaces for civic education do not come easy. There are, of course, so many challenges here. So what are some of those barriers that stand
the
in
barriers
the way?
that stand our ways are many. First of all, any civic educator in the community, you are considered anti the system. All the political leaders want to pick a bone with you.
Right.
And politicians have their supporters within the community.
Yeah.
And therefore, anywhere you're walking, utajua huyu ni mtu anapinganga. So and so is against.
Yes.
They don't see you as somebody who is opening up people's mind. You are against
You are a threat.
the good work,
Yeah.
that either the MCA is doing, or the governor is doing, or the MP. Those are the most important people in the community. Then, on the other side of the executive, you find the chiefs and the rest.
Yes.
They also don't feel comfortable with you because you seem to know, like us in the Uraia, we give quality. And that quality is based on this, and therefore you cannot lie. When we see them doing something wrong, we go with the constitution and we put it as our tool. Hii kitu unafanya, what does the constitution say about it?
Right.
Take an example, somebody has gone to a police station to report a theft case.
Yes.
Police anakuambia, ukitaka tukuandikie report, go get the abstract. In a police station, there's no abstract form. That is a reality in most of them. They send you to a photocopier next or a cyber next. It's common.
Yeah.
Visit any. Even a few days ago, I accompanied somebody to go and report a case of a telephone that was lost. Police were ready kufanya kazi, but they tell you, do you see that cyber? The cybers are put in such a way that you can see it.
Right.
And I could think maybe that is how they are doing their businesses.
Yeah.
So you go there, you get an abstract. An abstract, a paper like this, some areas is 50 shillings, some areas is 10 bob, sometimes it is 20. The price is not uniform. I think it sells depending on where you are getting it. Then you go back with it to the police, they write it for you. When they are writing it for you, they demand something, say a fee. It's supposed not to be for sale, but you pay something there, no receipt is given to you. I saw a colleague paid 200 for the abstract to be filled, but there was no receipt. And because he needed to get it, he was told, you give that lady 200.
Yeah.
Huyu anaendelea kuandika tu.
Yeah.
But the lady picks. But this is a lady who is not just a lady, it's an officer of the state. So it is a kind of a cartel within the police themselves. Huyu anaandika na huyu anachukua pesa. And there's no receipt on it. And then you go away. As long as you've gotten the stamp, that's the level Kenyans have reached. And that's what is hurting us. Because to me, that is corruption.
Right.
But because I'm so much pressed that I have to do this to move a step with what I wanted, you'll have to do it.
Yeah.
So in as much as we are saying corruption is at the top level, it's also at
It also
the
transcends.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
That's one, yes.
And how would you gauge the level that Kenyans engage and interact or even interpret the Kenyan Constitution?
The level is going very well and it's raised. And you had talked of culture.
Yes.
Culture is one of the barriers that is affecting the flow of information, especially when it comes to the certain topics like inclusivity, diversity and inclusivity. How does the Constitution talk about our diverse nature and how do we include ourselves? You find you go to a forum and it's a group of 20 people. There's no single disabled person. There's no simple, how do we call them?
Geriatrics, for instance. They call them octogenarians.
Yeah. Somebody who cannot not speak, somebody who cannot read. And if they happen to be there, even the brailles, hata sahi, hakuna brailles hapa.
Yeah.
And these guys are in the community.
Yes.
Some of them have been educated. They've gone to school. And they would want to participate because surely, if we are talking of inclusivity and blind people and deaf people are among us, and some of them are as qualified as ourselves, and we don't include them. Disabled people who cannot walk also cannot walk here unless they get support.
Right.
And you know how expensive it is to get somebody to support you. We are not even friendly to some of us. Those are certain
Some of the
barriers
wow.
that are making this work a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing that makes it difficult is you get into a community and you are talking to teenage mothers. They are between 20 to 25, and they are mothers.
Yes.
So this is a baby who is also a mother.
Yeah.
Everything and rely from the parents, but it's a mother. Now you want to talk to her to accept that she is a mother. She's denying.
Yes.
Hata anaweza kuacha mtoto hapo na aende ajali.
Yeah.
So you una realize that the county is going through a lot of mix-ups, that there's nothing we can do it, but we have to change. Because with this, they will know their responsibility. You gave birth to the child because you wanted to give birth. Now you are a mother, accept.
Right.
They are denying.
Yeah.
Anataka kuacha mtoto mama yake. You go to youth between 18 22. He has dropped out of school. He's jobless. He's just there in the community. He wants to eat, but it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And he tells you, kupika ni kazi ya the other side, opposite sex. But ye mwenyewe hana. So this is another challenge. They are in the houses waiting for their mothers to feed them.
Yeah.
And if they are not fed, conflict starts from there.
Right.
Ananyang'anywa sasa, anaanza kuchukua vitu kwa nyumba, anaendaga naye. Umewacha TV yako kwa nyumba na mtoto yako amechomoka naye.
Wow.
What do you do? They are common in the community.
Yes.
So cultural challenges that this is not for me, this one so is being applied and sometimes applied wrongly. So those are some of the areas I would think the constitution need to come out strong and help us, and especially inclusivity and diversity. Hata kukaa pamoja, there are some women, especially the Muslim ladies, naona inagonga faith. When you go to a meeting, the Muslim ladies would not want to sit among closer to men. They would want to sit aside.
Amongst themselves.
And why? Because of their faith.
Yeah.
And here you ask them, here we are common, we want to discuss a common group. You realize that they are not opening so much. They are not as outgoing as maybe Christian and all that.
Yeah.
You see, huyu mtu akona brains kabisa anaweza kusaidia watu hapa, but because of
they are not
the
socialized
faith,
to speak up.
She's withdrawn.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
So these are cultural things that we are seeing are barriers. We need to have a constitution that cuts across. Whether somebody is a Muslim, a Christian, whatever, if we are discussing about the constitution, let us be as bold as we can. Issues of religion to iweke kando.
Yes.
Zikuje when we are discussing issue of religion. Yes.
Wow. And so as we wrap up, just look at that camera.
Yes.
Wasia wako kwa Wakenya ni nini? How can Kenyans be fully engaged and plugged into constitutionalism and upholding the constitution to work for them? Yeah, so you can go.
First of all, I would wish to encourage all Kenyans, whether it's only one word, look for that book. Hata kama huwezi kuisoma, listen to katiba. Kwa lugha rahisi ya mtaa tunasema sheria. Sheria ya inchi. Ujue sheria ya inchi na maanisha nini. Usikae tu hivyo. Na sahi hakuna cha uoga, ati there's somebody who will come and treat you as a terrorist because you are talking about hata kama mko wawili pale wanauza mboga, pale wanauza masufuria, pale wanauza waguo, wamama are the best engine to spread this, because if you have 3-4 mothers discussing about their rights, where they are, wakati wanapiga diti, jua wanapiga diti huko kwa kijiji, they have a lot of time na waongee kuhusu katiba, haki ya mtoto, haki ya a married woman, haki ya mtu yoyote. If the ladies will take the initiative, discuss it among themselves and in their merry-go-round, in their table banking groups, watu wengi watasikia habari ya katiba, because men mostly, I would say, they are mobile. So you find them discussing it among themselves, but it doesn't trickle down so much. But if the ladies take up the challenge, wherever they are, 2 of them who are walking towards work, two of them who are doing whatever job they're doing, they discuss about, let's say, an issue of inclusivity. What affects their family, what affects their children, what affects themselves. Then the meaning of civic education, civic awareness, civic exposure will have an in-depth, impeccable, I would say, impetus, to the society, because it will come from it. I would wish to encourage the mothers, because these are the two categories that if we don't utilize well, the mothers and the youth, the meaning of this constitution is dead.
Yes.
Men would know it and keep it for themselves.
Right.
But if a mother shares it with a child, there's some special attachment between mothers and their young children, whether boys or girls. If we tell the child, angalia sheria inahusu nini, the boy child or the girl child would follow. But men are seen as sometimes rough, in most cases, hostile, the children, and the children see them, and mostly they don't share so much open. They can go there, but ni kama watu wanasomeana. Mtoto anasoma baba na baba anamsoma kidogo kidogo. But with the mother, they go direct and hug. Yes, although in the upper level, people are hugging.
Wow.
So I would wish to encourage mothers and the youth, ladies and the teenagers to take up this challenge and spread this constitution.
Amazing.
It will have a great meaning. That will be the civic education I would want to see.
Amazing.
And for what I've seen for the last 14 days, it is starting to awaken.
Yes.
The last public participation I attended, I would see people were telling the duty bearers, this thing we would want to disown because you did not give us enough time. And in some places, they sent them away. My colleague working in Embakasi West, in Kayole, they said, take it away because we still don't have time to interrogate this.
Right.
Next time, they will give people enough time. Remember, they're coming with the estimates big this way, na wanakuja saa 3 na by saa 7 discussion imeisha, wanaenda
nyumbani.
So that was not giving people enough time to interrogate or even to prepare. You see, like when you ask me to talk about this, because it's something I've been doing, the community, yes, I could share, unaona, but not to a specific group. Because when we are in the community, we are preparing our lesson, targeting the group we are going to talk to. But here, I was just trying to give a blank view and seeing the constitution has worked and is going to do miracles. The only thing is, let us own it up, everybody. Let some people not be denied. Yes.
Thank you.
Hapa wewe ni
sawa sawa.
Asante.
Mr. Crispin Olo, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the privilege of your time and for the amazing work that you are doing in the community as well. He has been telling us and sharing some of the insights as well. He is a practitioner, a civic education practitioner, and so it's quite important. It plays a very important role in ensuring that we bridge the gap between what needs to be known and what Kenyans need to know, where the government is and its people. So thank you so much, Mr. Crispin, and we hope that this discussion can continue on. And yes, the conversation is still going on here. We are here until this event is over. Remember, we are live on location at the National Museum. So if you can make your way here, we are celebrating 14 years. It is Katiba Day right here. We are celebrating 14 years since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, a day for Kenyans to reflect upon what the Kenyan Constitution has meant for them. 14 years in, what are some of the gains that the Constitution has been able to achieve, some of the pains as well. A lot of sentiments from my guests has been that the Kenyan Constitution, yes, it's great in writing or in theory, but practically we do not still see the implementation going full throttle. And so those are some of the discussions that we shall be having the day long on Power Radio. So let me take a quick breather and I will be back with my next guest as well. So you do want to stick around for that kind of conversation as we continue. Remember, the hashtag to use is hashtag Katiba Day, also hashtag Power Morning Drive, and also you can get in touch with us on our social media handles. We are at Power Radio across all our social media handles, so engage us there. If you have any questions regarding Katiba and constitutionalism, that is where you hit us up as well. All right, let me get a quick break. I will be right back. Thank you, Mr. Crispin.
Yeah, exponential potential. Wali to the row. Who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Wana drown kwa machozi zao, tunaogelea kwa jasho zetu. Who's laughing now? Milioni from 10 bob, nilitoa wapi extra zeros? Jiulize mbona donati na shimo, shingo shortcut ya mfuko, doni legal, dish kwa rooftop, sia DSTV ya kuomba dish distinct, vampire vegetarian, whiteheads, 9 believers, wanatuita high class, soma college ya nightclub, reserve sleep, hadi taman pay slip, toka niwe fitas, baka panya nimefika, God's finger, ima move strings, wali to the row. Who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Wana drown kwa machozi zao, tunaogelea kwa jasho zetu. Who's laughing now? Nasema who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Achana na toka kitambo nimekuwa photogenic. Wazazi wali insist na story ya photosynthesis. Nani ajui udaktari si lazima uwe mrefu kwa karatasi ya dawa malizange hesabu. Okapo wana need more ink, more pages, jina zifit kwa list. Si exaggerate kakufunika pancha na bandage. Ndova yezi hata ngumi ya mosquito, misi mu important. Bila mimi mama mboga hata ana customer. Ngumu kwangu kizungu fluent, but huwezi command umati na influence. Wali to the row. Who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Wana drown kwa machozi zao, tunaogelea kwa jasho zetu. Who's laughing now? Nasema who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Achana na kuku yangu inalia ina swine flu, iliponiona nikinoa kisu, nilikaribisha ili assume ni pet seafood. Homa inafunika nostrils, coincidentally anapika seafood, akidhani sinusia harufu, uchoyo ainanga karibu, msoto ikinokto, niko like you look familiar, we met before. Kuku ina idol eat a kenchik, ni death bending. Hard work to get the best out of life, get safe, get the best out of death. Hey. Wali to the row. Who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Wana drown kwa machozi zao, tunaogelea kwa jasho zetu. Who's laughing now? Nasema who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Achana nao. Wana drown kwa machozi zao, tunaogelea kwa jasho zetu. Who's laughing now? Nasema who's laughing now? Exponential potential. Achana nao.
You won't ever have to think twice. Ukipata nafasi upotezi wakati. You're saying that you won't fall back, no way. And all you need to show me is just one day. Ukipata nafasi hivyo ushakuwa chali. Just as zingine tuna vibe, you know that's alright. I know you know we made it through so many nights. Now hiyo time inapofika, you know you're the one. Nitaitika nikufikie, nafasi nikuoneshe mapenzi wakasi, niko na penzi wakasi na mwendo wakasi na nipe nafasi nikuoneshe mapenzi wakasi, niko na penzi wakasi na kinachonichanganya ni nini yeye ufanyangana, mi bado ng'ang'ana nisiko ready kusema kwa heri no, kinachonichanganya ni nini yeye ufanyangana, mi bado ng'ang'ana nisiko ready kusema kwa heri oh, 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 mwendo wa kasi, nipe nafasi nikuoneshe mapenzi wa kasi, niko na penzi wa kasi no, mwendo wa kasi oh, nipe nafasi nikuoneshe mapenzi wa kasi, niko na penzi wa kasi.
Usiku wa joto, usiku wa manane, usiku usioishia, katikati ya Julai, tulikuwa na furaha, hatuku stress na uhai, tulijua tu city lights ya Nairobi, they shine so bright. Remember dancing in the moonlight up until the sunrise, strobe lights glaring oh so bright, katikati ya July, ya July, ya July, ya July. Skin to skin, follow the beat the whole night. Oh, we'd be disco queens, but that was way before our time. Our life is there, so we take it. So let's run naked, paint the city pink. We deserve to take it. Let's get our lick back, fight the system, we can break it. Chase our dreams until we make it. Dancing in the moonlight up until the sunrise, strobe lights glaring oh so bright, katikati ya July, ya July, ya July, ya
Somebody tell me why?
usikibye, usikibye. Then now the flower bring children. Every day another headline of another baby traumatized. So many sad stories of boys and girls who were raped and sodomized. They normalize pedophilia. Child porn is
That is MC Sharon with Usikimie. It's now fading out on Power Radio, and it's playing right here on the Power Morning Drive Show, a special edition. We are calling it the Katiba Week Special Edition, live at the Dr. Louise Leakey Auditorium at the National Museums. We are here the whole day for an event packed, jam-packed conversations around the Constitution as well. As you know, the Constitution of Kenya was promulgated in 2010, and so that means that it is turning 14 years this week, and so it's a day to just reflect about the gains and as well as the achievements that the Constitution has been able to, to achieve, and if at all it has been able to achieve anything so far, and if not, where can we go? Where can the Constitution take us the next 14 years as well? And to help me unpack that kind of discussion, I am joined by one and only Mr. Kyle Khalid from ACT Kenya, and he's going to be sharing a little bit about some of the work that he does at ACT Kenya and also his reflections about the Kenyan Constitution. So, Mr. Kyle, thank you so much for gracing our platform today. How are you feeling?
I'm good. Thank you, Anne, for having me here.
Awesome.
ACT is glad to be part of this conversation
Yes.
and part of this forum.
Yes.
Really great conversations going around.
Thank you so much for carving out some time. So maybe you can briefly introduce yourself and the work that you do at ACT Kenya. What are you guys about?
So my name is Khalid Shule.
Mhm.
I'm the ACT Communications Officer.
Mhm.
So ACT Change Transform is a non-governmental organization
Yes.
which has been around since 2001.
Okay.
We started out as PACT Kenya,
Mhm.
then rebranded to ACT,
Yes.
ACT Change Transform.
Yeah.
Yes, so mainly our focus areas are around three areas.
Mhm.
That is governance, peace and conflict, and natural resource management.
Yes.
Yes.
And why is it important for those three key pillars for ACT Kenya to be able to do some of its work within those areas?
So basically our work is centered around the people.
Yeah.
So the reason why we chose those focus areas is because we noticed there are gaps in those particular areas.
Mm.
And ACT is a capacity building organization.
Yes.
So we noticed a lot of people and organizations are really struggling with in those areas. So that's why we chose those areas to just build the capacity of people, organizations, civil society organizations,
Right.
and such.
Okay.
Yes.
And so what does this moment mean for you as a young Kenyan, 14 years into the Kenyan Constitution? Are you proud to be Kenyan? Do you feel proud of the Constitution? Do you feel that it has addressed some of your issues as well as a Kenyan citizen and as a Kenyan youth?
Personally, I'm proud of the journey we've taken as Kenyans and in terms of the constitution that we have, in terms of implementing. I know there's a long journey ahead. There's been some challenges, there's been some wins, some gains, but I feel now where we're headed, we are really cementing this constitution and we are addressing and closing the gaps that it has. So
Yes.
personally for me, I think we're headed in the right direction.
Yes.
Yes.
And when it comes to the Kenyan Constitution, what do you think the highest achievement has been?
For me, I think personally for me as a Kenyan, I think it's devolution.
Okay.
Devolution.
Yes.
Devolution has really been a milestone, if I might call it, because I think previously before the constitution, there were a lot of I can't remember what were called before they were called counties.
Yes.
But not all the counties were getting the same development
Right.
as the others. Like
Yes.
for example, only Nairobi, only Kiambu
Yeah.
is where we could see the developments.
Right.
But thanks to devolution,
Yes.
we can see the other counties and the other wards, the other sub-counties rising up and also getting all the benefits that we've been enjoying as Nairobians and all the other counties that were really benefiting before the constitution.
So the distribution, or rather the
decentralization of government is
and
really a game changer for me.
Wow. And even when looking at the work that you do at ACT Kenya, for instance, what has there been a sense of, especially when it comes to teaching people about governance issues, how do you gauge the level of understanding when it comes to issues of governance? When you go out maybe to forums and talk to Kenyans about things that matter to them, for example, the constitution, governance, how do they interpret or translate? Do you feel like there's an understanding of constitutional issues?
Yes, there is some understanding now, but previously there was not. We've had various programs around governance. We've had the Ahadi program, we've had the Kenya Devolution Support Program, we have the Kenya Devolution Program currently running, and we have the Kenya Electoral Conflicts Mitigation Program centered around also electoral issues.
Yeah.
And from those programs, we've seen a change in terms of understanding.
Right.
I think the understanding was really low in the beginning when the constitution began. The constitution was implemented in 2010, but I can see now that the people are now able to unpack the contents of the constitution because I think it's quite complex and it's quite a lot.
Yes.
But through these programs, through Uraia, through ACT, through our donors, through the CSOs, we've been able to unpack that information and deliver the same to the normal Mwananchi. And now I think the level of understanding has really improved.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as a young Kenyan, what do you hope the next 14 years are going to look like in terms of maybe the implementation of the Kenyan Constitution and the achievements that you would love to see?
I think for me, it is around the bureaucracy, around the implementation of certain clauses provided in the Constitution.
Yes.
Once we kill that, and then we actually start following the Constitution to the latter. Because I think in the recent years, since the new administration has come in, we've been seeing some challenges and also some step back.
Yes.
But I think now that thanks to the Gen Z and millennial movement, things are now starting to change.
Right.
And the leadership is now listening to the Kenyans and especially the young Kenyans and actually following the law. Yeah.
Wow. So as your final remarks, look at that camera and give your clarion call to the young people of Kenya.
Yeah.
How can they plug into conversations that matter to them, like
For
governance?
me, what I can say is just 2 words: get involved. Simple. End of story.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
Pleasure. Thank you so much for
Khalid.
Yes.
And we hope to continue interacting and probably partner in ensuring that we get this country to the place that it needs to be.
And also get involved with ACT.
Yes.
ACT is doing some really great work.
How can we get in touch with you?
Follow us on social media.
Okay.
We're on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, X, Tenda Sasa. Watch our videos on YouTube, our success stories.
Yes.
We have really good programs going on.
Amazing.
So get involved and find out how you can get involved. We really love working with young people, people with able differently, women. So please get involved.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
That has been Mr. Khalid from ACT Kenya, a young Kenyan, very passionate about governance issues, very passionate about ensuring that everybody gets a seat at the table and ensuring that the space is, the gap is bridged in between the government and its people as well. So we are still here. I told you that today on the menu, it's a buffet, guys. We are going to have conversations because I keep saying that one conversation is really never enough. So we are going to be here the whole day just engaging and reflecting about this moment, 14 years into the Kenyan Constitution since its official promulgation in 2010. What has been achieved so far? Where can we go? Where are we right now and what needs to be done in ensuring that it is implemented and effectively implemented. How can Kenyans plug into this conversation as well? So those are some of the discussions that we shall be having right here on Power Radio for the remaining part of the day as well. And also coming right up, you need to stay tuned because we shall be having a panel. We will be going live into the Dr. Louis Leakey auditorium for a panel discussion that shall be deliberating about issues of constitutionalism and upholding the Constitution. So we will be sure to get you that live coverage as it unfolds right here. But for now, let me get a short music break and I will be back with my next guest. Keep it Power Radio.
Child trafficking around the universe, kidnapping upon the murders,
They call me Chris to the cantata. They call me Chris to the cantata. That's why they call me. Huni nani ji, huni kantai hajali ji, huni mtu mkali ji, tuliza moto kufani ji. That's why they call me. Huni nani ji, huni kantai hajali ji, huni mtu mkali ji, tuliza moto kufani ji. Yo, they say it's hard to compose a rhyme. I say you out of your mind or you full of lies. Then again, you could be the slow kind. I don't see how lyrics don't hypnotize. Why lie? The season has transformed. You got reason to be bored, so now you want more? I'ma serve you flavor that you can't afford. The bill about to get placed on your tempo. So don't even try to resist. Look at yourself bumping to the beat. Get up and get down with a G-twist. Forget the hater cause the fool's not on the list. Dig this, we came and we took over. Got the keys to the ride and we're not sober. We made an oath that we ain't gonna ride hip hop riders to the border. Huni nani G, huni kantai hajali G, huni mtu mkali G, tuliza moto kufani G. That's why they call me huni nani G, huni kantai hajali G, huni mtu mkali G, tuliza moto kufani G. They're taking over my head, dog, they on a hustle. I'm taking over their bread, dog, I'm on a muscle. Try to be cool, but I gotta mumble. Better yet, after that, there's a big tussle. Quit them tears, boy. Dry your eyes, see the G going, cheers, boy. Don't be mad, cause I say that you weird, boy. You kinda scared, so I see that fear, boy. Meditating on a cute shorty. Lean body, mean thighs like the chick bought it. I said real tight like they all assorted. If she arrested my ass, then she got a warrant. I'm a legend in the living, and that's that. I grab objects of vices you can't touch. Read all comprehension is too much. I know where's these words that bring the wrath. Let's go. Huni nani G, huni kantai hajali G, huni mtu mkali G, tuliza moto kufani G. Huni nani G, huni kantai hajali G, huni mtu mkali G, tuliza moto kufani G. Glad that you stopped by. Who are you? What's your business? Bye bye. I hate people that think that I'm on a rise. Yet and still I'm the steel that will not fly. Ask why? I got this even better. On this planet I teach you before the chatter. What I compose gets better by the day's weather. That's why they call me Chris to the cantata. Huni nani G, huni kantai hajali G, huni mtu mkali G, tuliza moto kufani G. Huni nani G, huni kantai hajali G, huni mtu mkali G, tuliza moto kufani G. Yo, yo, yo. That's why they call me. They call me Chris through the cantata.
All right, that is Mr. Kantai. May his soul rest in peace with his song Huyu ni Nani G, and it's playing right here on Power Radio on a very special edition of the Power Morning Drive Show. We are at #Katiba Week live at the Dr. Louis Leakey Auditorium at the National Museums for a day of reflection about the 14 years of the Kenyan Constitution since its promulgation in the year 2010. Where have we gone? What are some of the strides that the Kenyan Constitution has been able to achieve that? And so those are some of the conversations and discussions that we shall be having all day long right here at Power Radio. And the conveners of this very amazing day are Uraya Trust, and with me is Mr. Basil from Uraya Trust. He shall be talking to us about why it's important for this kind of convenings. And so let me start by welcoming you to Power Radio. Asante sana for giving us
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So you can kindly introduce yourself.
Okay,
and the work that you do at Uraya.
Okay, first off, amazing work you
Yes.
guys do at Power Radio.
Thank
I
you.
follow you guys.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Basil
Mhm.
Okech. I serve as the communications lead at
Right.
Uraya Trust.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm just glad to be here. It's been a long time coming. Yes.
It has been.
Yes.
Yes. And so first things first, I mean, this is such a great convening. Why was it important for Uraya Trust to be able to bring Kenyans together and have this moment sharing together and reflecting 14 years into the Katiba?
Yes, actually, that's a good question because we need to understand that as our ED mentioned earlier,
Yes.
that the Katiba is only 14 years old. It's
Yeah.
still a teenager.
Yes.
Getting into adolescence and all that.
Yeah.
In as much as we are yet not yet there, with what we want to achieve in matters constitution and also constitutionalism. We are not yet there, but we are making positive strides. By that, the civic education is actually this evolving world, and you are seeing different trends. The most recent Gen Z wave that happened, the protests, we
Yes.
saw that there was need and hunger for civic education
Right.
amongst the young people. So
Yeah.
it is important that we remind the Kenyan citizens that yes, we do have a constitution, we do have laws of the land that
Yeah.
actually govern us.
Mm.
And also we need to celebrate because it's one of the most progressive constitutions in the country. And yes, being here with all the Kenyans from all walks of life and
Right.
also the partners that actually help in just creating awareness about the constitution
Yes.
is an amazing feat. And
Yes.
also special thanks to Ministry of Foreign Affairs
Yes,
Denmark,
yes.
Care Kenya, Global
Yeah.
Affairs Canada for actually just making all this happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing. And of course, more specifically, you stand at a very important role. You are in charge of communications at Uraia Trust. With that comes, you know, the work of packaging narratives and messaging out there to ensure that what the work that you do at Uraia Trust translates to the Kenyan Mwananchi. So what has been that journey for you? What does that mean for you in terms of ensuring that you are packaging messaging that means something and that translates meaningfully to the Kenyan Mwananchi, as it were?
Yes. One thing you need to understand is that there are different, how can I say, different age groups and generations.
Yes.
In terms of, I can say that in terms of the Gen Zs, something we've actually just, we've been doing, but we've just intensified, is just creating a few short videos, animations about the Constitution, knowing your rights on matters just governance. We've done a few of those, and also you have to tailor-make your message to suit also the older generation. So it is a mixture of both.
Yes.
But I'm loving the challenge, and it's a beautiful challenge.
Yes.
Just being able to communicate and share matters the Constitution with the public, because packaging it is not the hard part.
Right.
Because one might read the Constitution, but do you really understand it? Yes, because and also that's why we give out free copies of the Constitution.
Yes.
We encourage you to read. And
Mi niko na yangu hapa.
yes, you need to have a copy of the Constitution.
Yep.
Kama una, we also have an online version
Yep.
at our website, and also we have a Swahili version. We are working to bring on board Aluo, Kikuyu. You won't have any excuse for not
Wow.
reading the Constitution. And also, we're breaking it down even further. We're
Yes.
trying to make it so child-friendly,
Yes.
such that kids
Can also engage.
can also just engage with it. Knowing your rights is a fundamental thing,
That's
because
true.
some of us actually go through a lot, and also we've seen what's actually happening amongst the politicians and everything. We need to understand and know our rights. Not that the misinformation and disinformation that's actually out there.
Yeah.
The only way you can counter it is just reading the Constitution. There's no
Right.
shortcut to it. So, yeah, it's just packaging the Constitution, and also highlighting the amazing work that Part 254 does, other organizations do, like Batili Africa. you
Yes.
know. Yes, it's just highlighting their work, making sure that it's also visible out there,
Right.
and continuing with the amazing partnership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. And one of the projects that we work together with you guys is RETAI.
Yes.
You know, the rights inclusion
Yes.
for transparent and accountable institutions.
Yeah.
And from that project, we've been able to go out to communities and engage the public
Yes.
in civic education. From your end as Uraia Trust, what has been what do you think the impact has been? And do you think that it's been sustainable enough in ensuring that the gap is bridged between the government and its people?
Actually, it's an amazing project.
Yes.
The Royal Norwegian Embassy.
Yes.
Thank you for just
Supporting.
Not supporting.
Yes.
I almost said sponsoring, but supporting
Yes.
the project and
Yes.
being a very key partner in terms of just making sure that we actually go out there and just interact with the people in the community. Yes, it has been successful because we can see a few changes, because you can't really measure it instantly.
Yes.
But it's a slow process, but it's actually the change is actually there.
Yes.
You could tell, because we receive comments. I receive a lot of comments on Facebook, and also messages of guys asking me, we attended this session and we had Uraia was mentioned. Let's say if I attended a session from Part 5, we had Uraia was mentioned. I would like to know more. Where can I get this? What can I do to get this? Because it's a challenge
Yes.
to just give out all that information at once,
Yes.
because you leave people hungry for more.
Right.
And just it will continue.
Yes.
Because civic education
It's
is
never ending.
it's never ending. It
Yeah.
should be something that only when the election period is there is when we now start civic education. Civic education is continuous. Knowing
Yes.
about who you are,
Yes.
knowing about where the land you come from, Kenya, and knowing the Constitution. Continuous. You cannot equate and say that I want to do it once. So it is impactful. And thank you for just being on the ground and just engaging the youth, especially the young
Thank you.
people.
Yeah.
Because we really appreciate the work you guys do and all other partners right here.
And thank you
Yes.
so much as well for being amazing partners.
Yeah.
And so for you as Basil,
Yeah.
as a young Kenyan,
Gen Z.
as Gen Z, yes, exactly. What does this moment mean mean for you? 14 years in, do you think the Kenyan Constitution has done what it promised? Has it delivered on his on its promises? And where do you think we can go with this conversation for the next 14 years?
Yes, the Constitution is actually is delivering. There are a few aspects where we need to improve further in terms of gender, because I feel like it's not 100, but we are getting there. As I said, it's one of the most progressive constitutions. So we are going slowly by slowly, but it's still a teenager. It still has to go through all the phases.
Right.
But I am sure moving forward, by the time we even get to 2032, not even 2027, 2032, we'll have a more informed citizenry that's actually aware of the Constitution, and it's living up to it. I cannot fault a document that I actually call my Bible at times. So it's I see no wrong as of now in the Constitution.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. Thank you so much. And as we wrap up the final remarks, look at that camera. What would your clarion call for young people of this country in ensuring that they plug fully into conversations that matter to them? Constitutionalism, governance issues, public participation. Go right now and talk to them.
Yes. One thing I must say, have a copy of the Constitution. This is important to every young Kenyan, because not knowing your rights, not knowing your responsibilities, and also please engage with the governance processes. When you see your leaders actually calling for public participation on different bills and kindly engage with the public, with the leaders. Make your voices known, make your voices heard. We already did that as young people in the streets. We made our voices heard. Now we have to equip ourselves with knowledge and information.
Yes.
Don't just say things, be factual, don't miscommunicate, and don't disinform. Always have factual information, and all that information comes from the Constitution. So if you don't have a copy, come to Raya or reach out to Raya. We'll get you one. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, and we look forward to more partnerships. I mean, we are already partners, but more partnerships, because this work, as we've said, it's never ending.
It's never ending.
We have to continue, keeping at it. Yes. All right, that has been Mr. Basil, the communications officer at Uraya Trust. They are the major conveners of the Katiba Day that is happening right here, currently underway at the Dr. Louis Leakey Auditorium at the National Museum. A day jam-packed with conversations around the Constitution, democracy, governance. How can we fully plug in public participation, as well as how do we reflect on ensuring that we plug into constitutionalism and upholding the Kenyan Constitution to ensure that it works for us. It's not just a document on paper, but it works for us in practice as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Basil, and we will continue with the discussion. Remember, the hashtag to use is hashtag Power Morning Drive and also hashtag Katiba Week. So yes, let's take a quick breather. We'll be right back. This is Power Radio.
Baby don't go. So baby don't cry.
Ladies, feel me.
Baby say my name.
Kunguru Misalini.
Can you feel the pain?
I know that you fed up. Sing along.
I will never let you down. I will never make you cry. I will never let you down. My girl, I will never make you cry.
Fikiria kila siku mina kupara. Najua wanipende sana, mbona unadai? I can see you fly, niko chini bado nitarai. Figa yako ndio mzuri sana, adhiambo. Wajua kupepesa, hizo sianda. Dear Jesus, I never knew I met an angel. Baby girl, wange dongo nega heri. Donyi lepi nyisadendi, tomona weri.
I will never let you down. I will never make you cry.
kiss me soika. Najua wanipenda sana, mbona kweli waninyima hizo vitu we. Nyathini dongi ngena manyiga taheriga. Iyengo nagi kwalo na jaber. Njona mi wange dongo dongo tingo na gonde so na jaber.
I will never let you down.
Nyathini yengo ga.
I will never make you cry.
Nyathini neso ga.
I will never let you down.
Nyathini nyodho ga.
My girl, I will never make you cry.
Nyathini secho
So
ga.
baby don't go. Never give up.
I know that you fed up.
Won't you say yeah?
Aheriga, amaniga, adwariga.
Can you feel the pain?
I know, Miss Eleni, sing along.
Kama wanipenda basi nionyeshe.
Nashinda ni kwa nini kila siku tupigana.
Na kama unitaki basi niambie.
Nitafanya nini ama dunia ni hame.
Najua wanitaka mbona wajifanya.
Mimi nakupenda anza leo mpaka mwisho.
Wachana mambo zao wanaona wivu.
Show me what your mama gave to you.
I will never let you down.
Nyathini yengo ga.
I will never make you cry.
Nyathini neso ga.
I will never let you down.
Nyathini nyodho ga.
My girl, I will never make you cry.
Nyathini secho ga.
I will never let you down.
Nyathini yengo ga.
I will never make you cry.
Nyathini neso ga.
I will never let you down.
Nyathini nyodho ga.
My girl, I will never make you cry.
Nyathini secho ga.
Baby, don't go. So baby, don't cry. Baby, say my name. Can you feel the pain?
Straight from the marrow, from inside my bones, straight like an arrow, flying to the moon. I'm legitimate. See, I just don't quit. Check my payment slips, check my track record. Cut from my cloth with the finest dye. Pour me a glass of your finest wine. I take my orders from the Most High. We do what we do to survive. We do what we do to survive. We do what we do to survive. The cabinet of my mind's eye is analog, not digital. Help me find the missing files. Memories are slippery. Voices and voices inside my head. I wish that my voice would make more bread. I'll keep on fighting until I'm dead. We do what we do to survive. We do what we do to survive. We do what we do to survive.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna majanta. Daily mtani mangata. Kumekens meet ni hard kama kupanda mlima na bagai na matanga. Ni easy Kenya kuharasiwa na polisi. Wezi get easy services for free kwa hizi ofisi. Hadi land ya shule nataka wakule. That shows you vile pia wamedharau elimu ya bure juu ni bure. All those years of kusoma but you're not yet learning. Wameturn radical. Pressures of life ndo zimewaharden. Asante ya punda ni mateke. They are guilty. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Hakuna matata, hakuna matata, hakuna matata. Kenya nchi yetu, Kenya nchi yetu. Squeezy politics kwa kanisa. Squeezy vitu zinafanyika kwa giza. Mashash kwa misa. Abracadabra ni kama squeezy society inahitaji new Jesus. Check it. So many religions, denominations, sijui ministries. Usawa shani takafiri. But it's okay. Time imeisha, piga firimbi ni red card. Kwa ule politician mwenye fanyi kazi mtaani. Red card. Kwa ule mse mtiaji mtaani. So unajua kama ni informa utaki youth make it. Hold up. I'm not stopping kama lori mekatika breki. Lakini ni sawa, like I said before, I don't see nothing wrong with comedy. Abracadabra, mnajua mnataka tu ni dedi. Ndio mnieke makomiti. Jati kwa sababu sikuti. Na nikiwa uhai nilikuwa nafungiwa hadi keja. Where were you then? Abracadabra, so unajua that is it. Na kama nikiweka magoti chini alafu nimalize kusema amen. Hakuna matata, hakuna majanta. Walisema watatengenezea makazi, but kitu za watu walipatia watoto wao matenda. Hao ndo wako huko hivyo na sukuma zile agendas. Lakini ni sawa, si unajua tatutumia armies and armies, but hizo armies tarudi back to sender. Revolution, so ina revolve around this nation. Time yetu ndio imefika, vijana tabaki tumeungana. Together, hakuna matata.
Baba Taifa. Katiba ilitupatia provision ya governance kugovern hii country. Only kukuwa na governors unatu bado. Juwana pickpocket mfuko ya wanyonge na life zao. Sharon, Masi Keino na ile Wycliffe aliparanya nayo. Koti ni zetu sote, ndo tusikizwe. Sisi tukiingia na jeans, wao wanaingia na suti ya suruali, shati na tai kotini, na bodyguards wako na mpini za kuintimidate majajiko. Hama imegeuka mwiko, haigongi tena, na vile wanatukaranga ndio inatushangaza. MP alisema pesa za CDF waja disburse bado. Tuko fourth financially, anashangaa wana run aje hizi shits. Ama walikipchoge na pesa ya kujenga choo. No wonder wana represent uchafu bungeni na kupitisha agenda za kununua blankets ndio walale time za proceedings. Kofi za kidero kwa sura ya shebesh ndio order of the day. Kuwa na scandal ndio ukuwe mrelevant. Kula mita ukiwa finance minister, dai ujui zilienda wapi ndio ufanye governor utumumunye. When youth ukule pesa NYS uzeeke urun for governor. Why? Enyewe hapa lazima ukuwe guru. Fungua slit ama ufanye kiguru. Useme ukweli, upigwe kidi ama upotezwe na chopa. Uchizishwe kilazima kama unadai kubaki sonko. Mr. Speaker sir, Mr. Speaker, unanipotezea muda na mic umezima. Shenzi.
Mheshimiwa, ulikamtaa ukasema that tukikuvotia utatengenezea barabara. Tukikupea kura, utatupea bursaries. Utashughulikia mayutu wote tupate kazi. Ulitupromise that tukivuruga meeting ya opponent wako, utatukanja. Saa mbona vile vurugu ilitokea wewe plus media mlianza kutuita magangs. I never wanted to do this but circumstances kwa mtazi na niforce kukubali whatever rule you give, bora mimi nipate ganji. Nipate ganji cause kila commodity kwa mtaa imepanda bei. Bei ya maji imepanda. Kazi mpya Nairobi Waters ni kukata maji. Bei ya unga imepanda lakini hatuna option, lazima maisha yasonge mbele so tunazidi tu kusukuma. Stima imekatwa, it's been a month, bado wanakijiji wako in shock. Wamama wamebaki tu wakikula moto juu hawawezi afford kujaza gas. Bei ya mafuta ilipanda, wenyewe tulijikaranga. Juzi tu mlibomoa makeja za watu wa Kariobangi in the middle of a deadly virus na heavy rains. As if that's not enough, mkafunga hiyo story by imposing a curfew. Kwani hamna utu? Tulikupeleka parliament tupusha agenda zetu mbele, but in 4 years sijaona ukiongea. Ama ni sitting allowance unatumia vizuri. For 4 years agendas unapush ni muongezwe mshahara, mnunuliwe magari na manyumba, na mpatiwe medical covers wakati mahospitali za mtaani hazina hata madawa. Mwizi wa kuku akifikishwa mahakamani anafungwa miaka 10, lakini mwizi wa mali ya umma siku moja korokoroni navutisha jaji kazi. Katiba inasema hakuna li above the law. Mbona mheshimiwa akipatikana amefanya mauaji o kesi utupiliwa mbali? Mheshimiwa, mikono yako inalowa damu. Wacha kunawa mikono na damu za watu. Tumekataa kuwa part ya faults zako. Kafi walisema ni ya kuzuia kusambaa kwa corona na nikai corona ya Kenya inasambaa usiku. Sasa wamegeuza hayo masaa kumadama vijana kama Kianjoko ma brothers na kucause kazi kwa marafiki na majamaa wa hao masters wanaangusha usiku. Usiku wetu ndo mchana wao wa kufanya Wanjiku alie. Wanjiku alie ndo mifuko yao ivimbe na yetu izidi kuraruka. Nyoyo zetu zinararuka tukiona hawa watu tulipenda na tukawaamini kwamba watapigania haki zetu, wakitugeuka na kutufanyia unyama nyuma ya nyuso zetu. So tumechoka. Tumechoka kuliwa. Tumechoka kudhulumiwa. Tumechoka kunyang'anywa. Tumechoka kutumiwa. Wewe hujachoka kuopresiwa. Najua umechoka kuopresiwa. Ni wakati wetu wa kutake over. Kuna wakati mayutu wataungana, na wakati huo ndo huu, sio kesho.
Medical attention bila kitu ni bala. Afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata. Dara sigawe mzigo upate janja ni swara. Silali sijibiwi corruption baby we ni bala.
It was a mistake wana Uhuru majuto, badala ya maendeleo ikakuwa ni mshtuko. Sakata kibao do zote kwa mfuko, after miaka kai kabaki ni mshtuko. COVID-19 was an act kwa theater, na nipeleka fridge ni act bila sweater na ninoma. Mafans wezi teta tofauti ya mkoko kwa radio skater.
Zipika uwezi shoutit ninja, tuko kwa projo kongamiza hizi gigas. Nini una hold usipull that trigger, tumalize hizi mende zishakuwa gold digger. Unajikinga ama una take dimension, siwezi toka hapa bila kuimension. Mwanasiasa utake that attention, baada ya mswada na jeketuma pension.
Kupata form lazima kitu kidogo, kupata job lazima utoe hongo. Kazi ya mtaani umetuacha matani, shule za bure bila ganji, mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi. Mtoto wasomi, asomi, asomi.
asomi, shule asomi, watoto wasomi, kazi hakuna, 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 shule asomi, watoto wasomi, asomi, shule asomi, watoto wasomi, kazi hakuna, 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 shule asomi, watoto wasomi, medical attention bila kakitu ni bala, afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata, dada sigawe mzigo upate tata iswara, silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala, medical attention bila kakitu ni bala, afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata, dada sigawe mzigo upate tata iswara, silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala.
Mitaani tumejaza streets bila lights, transformers zimebebwa na Kenya Power, and it's like don't deserve our rights, like si wagetwa tuna power na bills of rights plus kutoa tax, tuko ndani kama mwenye ako korokoroni, ni kama kipao cha mbele ya wanaojiweza, sisi kategori tuko ni eti tumeekwa, mama mboga hana la kusema kwa maana yeye ushinda kwa kibanda, na wenye sauti wako kwenye suti kuraukia ofisini na kusahau, bila huyo mama mboga hapo kibandani usiku atalala njaa juu hamna kitu kwa sahani.
Sikao bihongo natumia bongo, kama nimekosa fata mkondo, nivishe pingu chora obi, nibebe nipeleke kwa koti, fungua mashtaka banyim, nataka kwa shortcut kupata rwabe ya hustler, sitaamini hata iwe nini, ulimanga yule boy alikaza kachwani kwa blanda hi-fi.
Kitu ni bala, afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata, dada sigawe mzigo upate tata iswara, silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala. Time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika, time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika, time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika, time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika. Natumia words zangu kama ndenga, niki-aim at your hearts, but well, sinilishasahau heart zenyu ni heartless, less concern na mwananchi and more persuaded by money. Nina swali, makosa kwa mwenye dhiki ni nini? Mjane kumlea mwanawe kwa dhiki, kisha polisi kaja kamaliza. Na mbona viongozi wetu wanasahau tuliwapigia kura ili walete mabadiliko mtaani, ila hawajali, wanatuacha kwa mikono ya wauaji, na hao bado ndo wanajibebea vya bure. Msinihukumu mimi kwa itatumbo karai nyinyi, visa na sarakasi mnatujazia televishoni nyinyi, kwa msalaba nitawasulubisha nyinyi. Mlisema ni ya mwananchi, kumbe ni yenyu nyinyi, mkitulazimisha kujaza vikaratasi vyenyu bure, na amna haya kuimba ati nobody can stop reggae. Well, it's about time. Time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika, time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika, time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika, time imefika sauti ya haki kusikika. Mengi yamesema but less yamefanyika. We're the leaders of tomorrow, kwani tomorrow never come. Tumebaki tuko kwa bezi ili bezi zetu zikuwe louder, tukistand for our rights but the rights can't stand us. Solely fit for those who have power and money. Wengi tumeshona lakini mfuko ziko na shimo, and as long as umemoka shomo kama pingu. Women rap wameketi kitako bungeni, si I thought mnafaa kusimama nasi cause wasichana vijijini wana sell their bodies for a piece of pie. sauti ya haki kusikika. Time imefika, 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 sauti ya haki kusikika.
Mtukutu Rais, ndege zinazopita angani ni ndege za aina ya jeti, nambari ya usajili KSH 50, ikifuatiwa na KSH tisho na kofia. Tisho na kofia huwa zinabingirika kwa sana baada ya uchaguzi na kurudi tena baada ya kila miaka mitano. Shughuli yenyewe ikiongozwa na Kanali Brigedia Kifaranga cha kompyuta.
Check check. MC Duckland Bruce.
Lily Cargo.
Acha nianze na the main point. Ukitaka uongozi basi uongozi. Nina machungu hadi nimeamua kusound different. Nikimagine kuna def hana difu na hajalipa rent, na kuna mbunge au mwanasiasa mahali anafaa kukoparate. Najua amekosa, inabidi amekopa rent, inakuwa ni debt. Basi ni kwa nini tulimuelect? Sambona tulirauka ngware kwa giza bila taa, kwenda kuchagua mwanasiasa mwenye tulidhani anatufaa. Bila shaka darasani sasa tumesoma vitu kadhaa, na hatuwezi rudia ile makosa tulifanya. Bala. Mwananchi, kiongozi ni wewe na mimi. Kura tukipiga ni wewe na mimi. Kiongozi tumechagua ni wewe na mimi. Mbona tusipanuke akili kawa wakili, tuchague mwenye atasaidia hadi kijiji. Joturu wa webidu rumariek, josiasa wekitio kodwa matek, kawa yegitio kodwa to, wadonkwa kuyo maliji, pileka pile wayuwak, kwa kuyo maliji.
I breathe, I walk, I vote pia.
Kata siesi hupanga tikura ate.
Kanda dhura botio totedia kinya. Komwenda chao, komweta siya chao. Wananchi mpiga kura ni mimi. Wananchi mdhulumiwa ni mimi. Katiba inanilinda mimi. Katiba bado inaniua mimi. Wananchi mpiga kura ni mimi. Wananchi mdhulumiwa ni mimi. Katiba hiyo inanilinda mimi. Katiba bado inaniua mimi.
Tuko ubao, vijana wana form wanakunywa kibao. Mtaani mashida kibao, no school for skills, vijana wawezi hata kuwa mafundi wa mbao. After Juliani kushindwa kukaranga akabaki ubao. Jothuru asekono umaler, wabeduru jo mariek, josiasa gewektio kodomatek, kawa ye nigitio kodomatek. Wabro don kwa kuyo malich, pile kapele wabro medo bedo mana kwa yuak. Piny lich, onge gimamit. Hey. Voting is your right. Eating and shelter is your right. Be bright when electing your leaders. When you voting, be wise. Na tujipange, ndo kesho tupate tukule, ndo kesho tujenge tulale. Che.
Tena mama yao tosha. Tibim tialala.
This is the time when birds of the same feathers flock together. There are those who are there just for the sake of the easy cash. Those that are there just because their friends are there. And those that are there because of the real change. Viva change! Viva change! Change doesn't come if we fold our arms and wait. Change comes if we demand change.
Our time has reached for us to get a clear picture. First, to get information or starting point ya ideas. For us kupata a good leader, lazima to make a choice. And the choices we make are the ones that justifies our voices. So ukikubali kuwa taken advantage of, huwezi blame anyone. Walisema, the more you lose your fear, that's where they lose their hope. Kamsi ako na kesi, hana right ya kuwania kiti. Na mbona Waititu alikuwa kiongozi? Ni fani Karau wanafaa kuspread utumishi kwa wote ilhali hawana utu, so utu is missing kwa wote. Donation kwa state, si mtu individual. Consult na katiba utaona ni ya republic, but that's not the case. Wenyewe huzisundo kwa mifuko, wamekula nyama kisha katuachia minofu. Oi, maskini sisi tupambane na mabakio. Sote tuko na equal rights.
Nina maswali mingi kichwani. Inauliza hizi shida zitaisha lini? Nimechoka, sitaki tena mimi kuwa mfungwa eti. Nimechoka, sitaki tena mimi kuwa mfungwa Nimechoka, sitaki tena mimi kuwa mfungwa eti. Nimechoka, sitaki tena mimi kuwa mfungwa
Politicians kila kona wanatuchezea tricks, empty promises. This is just bad politics. Cheki, inajulikana ni free education, but kusema ukweli, ka education ni free, mbona watoi wanafukuziwa fee? Si nobody can stop regendo anthem ya kuchange katiba. Strategic plans za kuget rich, BBI ndo kusema. The same constitution says that a state officer hafai kuwa na bank nje ya nchi. Kinyume na sheria most wako nazo, hizo ndo wao hutumia kuficha white. Why is being a Kenyan so complicated? Nauliza mbona kila mtu ni corrupt? Kaku get basari, lazima nitoboke. Yet the same coin anaitisha, mi sina, analemewa na fee. NYS scandal, mamilioni zimeibiwa, na the person in charge ameachiliwa. So to adopt a change, it has to start with you and me. Let's join hands if we want to win.
maswali mingi kichwani inauliza hizi shida zitaisha lini? Nimechoka, sitaki tena mimi kuwa mfungwa, eti nimechoka, sitaki tena mimi kuwa mfungwa.
Greetings. This salivation to all the females, far and beyond. Now daughters, born I'm a girl, living in a manly world, yeah. No bed for me back, unless somebody gonna take me in. Papa say you better find your place, time for hand your bed for me little ones. Brother say you better find a man, need a settlement for me investment. Only 16, growing up a woman and no choice. Oi unalia, na kucheki vile unasafa no. Oi unalia, no, na kucheki vile unasafa no. You are gonna rise up one day, now lose hope. Child of the earth, don't you ever lose your glow. Oi nalia, no, na kucheki vile unasafa no. So me head to the city with little education for me back, to stay with an uncle and an aunt as a help for his life. I know big young lady hit the flow, when wife away man I wanna touch me low. Try to refuse, yeah go suffer some blows. What is my crime? Is it because I'm a woman? No. Just because I'm a woman? No. Oi unalia, na kucheki vile unasafa no. Oi unalia, no, na kucheki vile unasafa no. You are gonna rise up one day, now lose hope. Child of the earth, don't you ever lose your glow. Oi nalia, no, na kucheki vile unasafa no. So me meet another brother, he must say I need a wife, we cook and clean and me know me need a bed. Now to save me this shame, baby save me this shame. Messiah turned the devil drawing blood from my skin now. No. Broken bones, shattered dreams, I'm in pain, cannot breathe. Oi unalia, na kucheki vile unasafa no. Oi unalia, no, na kucheki vile unasafa no. You are gonna rise up one day, now lose hope. Child of the earth, don't you ever lose your glow. Oi nalia, no, na kucheki vile unasafa no. Oh na 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 na, oh I did Safcon music. Seeking attention, searching for affection. I'm seeking attention, searching for affection. I'm seeking attention, searching for affection. Seeking attention, searching for affection. I want to leave this place, 'cause I'm looking for my homeland. Nimechoka kukaa hapa, nataka mabawa nipae, 'cause I want to go. Nataka kwenda always seeking attention. I found I'm always seeking love. Ego overrides me and blinds me. I found I'm always seeking attention, searching for affection. I'm seeking attention, searching for affection. I'm seeking attention, searching for affection. Seeking attention, searching for affection. Now that I've seen this face, now they may recognize the culture. Ningependa kukaa hapa, ili vita nishinde before I go. Kabla niende found I'm always seeking clarity. I found I'm always seeking the truth. Lust is always following and hunting me. I found I'm always seeking attention, searching for affection. I'm seeking attention, searching for affection. I'm seeking attention, searching for affection. Seeking attention, searching for affection.
Kuleta change ni expensive, tulishauza society. Ukiona dream for change, uza dream urudishwe change. Kusaka job imekuwa kazi kwa vijana, kazi za wazee zinanuka jasho la vijana. Kani kukula kwa macho, nimekulatia gas mtaani. Kwa hoteli wanadai hawana food for thought. AK47 background ya economy, unataka freedom ka withdraw ndani ya bank. Ukilala njaa uza kitanda, nunua meza. Chakula ukimeza chunga sana tumbo isi strike. Ambia raia wanyama watatupigania. Ukitaka revolution then revolt kwa illusion. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho ziki break through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho ziki break through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu.
Nichia viziwi refa atatumia firimbi ama atatumia sign language. Nasikia nduru kwa daro mabubu. Action speaks louder than words. Same place, same people, different narrators, same story. Koloni mambo leo. I'm not chaotic, I'm only fighting against injustice. Kwa rodi ukikeep left, uko right. Na kwa group wrong ukileft, uko right. Ukitumia mkono ya left ku right kitu right, uko partially right. So acha ni right, kuna venye hizi wrongs cause ina seem right. Na ukikokores na madaktari, mwambie utaki mashinano. Wambieni hatutaki revolution, tunataka revelation. Let the public know what's right, one spirit.
Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho ziki break through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho ziki break through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu.
Kuandika new portfolio, devotion is needed. Parliament ni brothel, so politics ni cliché in nature. Bunge ni oracle, bunge ina test ya lemon but imevaa puppet ya pineapple. Kwa world ya siasa sioni kitu mpya, hizi vitu zote zinanipa tu deja vu. Politics, missing porcupine kwa love story ya Adam na Hawa. Vako wana grab rasilimali ni kabiria na makanga na shawa. Ambia Chief Justice kwa corridors of justice sioni kitu, na unatu poster za usikojoe hapa. Kanjoni eyewitness, hizi statue za Kimathi na Tomboya zina frown. Irony, vitu zina happen sahi eti samaki na drown. Mheshimiwa amenona, amepoteza hata shape squeeze na still anadai tumpatie round of applause. Hakuna nguo zinawatosha, wengine ni wanaume na wanavaa round of applause. Kenya mheshimiwa, kuiba ni right of passage. The only thing you need to possess ni maneno ziko ambiguity. Maneno za convince queen na kuekoni kubine beyond infinity. Hii ni cry ya angry mwananchi man. Mwananchi anatoka kwa nchi na believe isaidi kufuga ng'ombe when you can buy milk.
Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Wamekidnap time yetu, tunanunua haki na damu yetu. Mbegu za kesho zikibreak through, ukweli wamezika kwa grave, tunadai chetu. Hello, 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 hello. Hutu. Hello mbangana nukweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana nukweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana nukweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Hello mbangana nukweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana nukweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana nukweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Mini wa ghetto nimezaliwa ghetto na mambo zangu zote mimi nafanya ghetto. Wafande ni shuku na isi skendo. Niride kutupiga hadi toi kapendo. Find a way ati mbona use force. Find a way ati mwana cock gun Find a way sunajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mina hapa tuta solve Find a way ati mbona use force Find a way ati mbona cock gun Find a way sunajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mina hapa tuta solve Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Bahali nimefungwa so quite kazi le bull so kuishi kwa hii life si kitu nimechoose kulose. Mabeste juu ya bullets za upuzi nafanya mtaani nikae kasi na ujuzi. Combination ya necklace za ukombozi nafanya wengi wabaki na haya machozi. System so corrupt iko na utohozi. So slippery kanyanga kikohozi. Kuta zitaonyesha footage zote zimefichwa. Kina JM Jumo akinyang'anywa vichwa. Niko na vision ya moto ikiakishwa kila pahali nchini despite ya kutishwa. Ega zinaacha kangua ya white mtaichafua. Hata nikizikwa skali yangu mtaifufua. Chenye nasema kaa kuna basi itakuwa na kasta kuwa basi mistari itakuwa.
Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Hello mbangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Nikubaya ndugu hakuna wax mzee, badala ya inda nifanye wax now. Wakimaliza deal niekelewe kibonoko. Jusai tunabonga kusukudua kudai. Vijana wa mukuru wanaishi na self-made coffee. Deadline ya juzi wanaishi na last warning. Danger zone kama waya za 3-phase. Grau za chuo zimeja chimni za bangi. Kuna nuka ngono. Walimu wamejoin wazazi kwa mgomo. Wako ready kufungiwa kwa body bags. Kuwa fedi city mochari wamechoka na salad. Odori na umwami wamedunga uniform za impunity. Buddha boss.
Unajua ni wewe ulitudanganya tutakuwa na. Unajua ni wewe ulitudanganya tutakuwa na.
Change, page, gauge, wait, left, wait, that's wait, check, pain, new page. Sijajua, bado sina kujua. Sijajua, bado sijafumua. Sijajua, mpango ni kuniua. Sijajua, jasho ni kujijua. Sijajua.
Nasikia wakiuliza mhesha takalini guess panda ngazi kurudi chini. Niamini I miss those days za kijijini. Broke ninjas kabla hajapatana na sibisani mimi. Na bado sina nauliza vipi. Na call na reply ni sina. You can see me natulia ndika vina kama sana hailipi. I thought me free man na call na mbona ushiki.
Mada kwa pepa ni laughter. Mada for pepa ni kashfa. Mata kwa koti ni gangster. Mata kwa hosi ni hat run. Stop.
Sorry sana my friend. Unaelewa ile uchungu uko nayo. Sawa sawa. Sasa wewe ya tu kidogo alafu roho yako itafunguka. Ndio nasema badala ya stadium si afadhali ufanye mambo ya state pesa upate mkwanja. Ama namna gani my friend? State pesa ndo nini? Gara hiyo kitu bwana. Lede ile hapa. Delayed promises center elo. 1 million job promises iko wapi? 1 million job promises iko wapi bwana? Wewe wacha kwanza. Ulisikia wapi mambo ya hii 1 million jobs per year?
Medical attention bila kitu ni bala. Afande sitoi ongo nina makosa sitakata. Dada sigawe mzigo upate Tanzania swara. Silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala.
It was a mistake wana Uhuru majuto badala maendeleo ikakuwa ni mshtuko sakata kibao zote kwa mfuko after miaka kai kabaki ni mshtuko. COVID-19 was an act kwa theater na nipeleka fridge ni act bila sweater na ninoma mafans wezi teta tofauti ya mpoko kwa radio skater
Zipika uwezi shoutit ninja tuko kwa project kongamiza hizi gigas nini una hold usipull that trigger tumalize hizi mende zishakuwa gold digger unajikinga ama una take dimension siwezi toka hapa bila kuimension mwanasiasa utake that attention baada ya mswada na jeke tuma pension
kupata form lazima kitu kidogo kupata job lazima utoe hongo kazi ya mtaani umetuacha matani shule za bure bila ganji mtoto wasomi
asomi shule asomi watoto wasomi kazi hakuna shule asomi watoto wasomi asomi shule asomi watoto wasomi kazi hakuna shule asomi watoto wasomi medical attention bila kitu ni bala afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata dada sigawe mzigo upate Tanzania swara silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala medical attention bila kitu ni bala afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata dada sigawe mzigo upate Tanzania swara silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala
Mitaani tumejaza streets bila lights Transformers zimebebwa na Kenya Power And it's like don't deserve our rights Like si wageto hatuna power Na bills of rights plus kutoa tax tuko ndani kama mwenye ako korokoroni Ni kama kipao cha mbele ya wanaojiweza Sisi kategori tuko ni eti tumeekwa Mama mboga hana la kusema kwa maana yeye ushinda kwa kibanda Na wenye sauti wako kwenye suti kuraukia ofisini na kusahau Bila huyo mama mboga hapo kibandani usiku atalala njaa juu hamna kitu kwa sahani
Sitobi hongo natumia bongo kama nimekosa fata mkondo nivishe pingu chora obi nibebe nipeleke kwa koti fungua mashtaka banyim nataka kwa shortcut kupata rwabe ya hustler sitaamini hata iwe nini ulimanga yule boy alikaza kachwani kwa blanda hi-fi
kitu ni bala afande sitoi yangu nina makosa sitakata dada sigawe mzigo upate Tanzania swara silali CGB corruption baby we ni bala
Nami ni nani ndo swali nauliza juu kila tumbo imekata kushiba awase uko na tukanyagia tumechoka tunaumia sauti ya mnyonge nani atasikia ni wapi pa kukimbilia slogan utumishi kwa
Already, so the time is 32 minutes past 12, and you are live on Shiverizations. Now, on this beautiful Katiba Day, we are live on location at the National Museum, more specifically the Louis Leakey Auditorium, where we are having our reflections on the Katiba. It has been 14 years since our constitution was rolled out, our beautiful Kenyan constitution. And today we're having conversations about what does it mean to be a Kenyan under the constitution that we have. And we'd just like to dig into that a little bit. Now, I'm not by myself. I am joined by a guest who's here to empower us with education. And so this is Pauline. Pauline, I'd love for you to introduce yourself.
Hello, everybody. So my name is Pauline Daudi. I serve at Raya Trust Civic Engagement, and I'm happy to be here. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much, Pauline. We're very honored to have you. So could you please share what you do at Raya Trust?
First, I'll just give an overview of what Uraya does as a whole.
No problem.
So Uraya Trust is an organization, a non-government organization that deals with civic education.
Okay.
Basically to empower the citizenry to know their rights, responsibilities, and how to carry on that to transform the society.
All right.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
In terms of my specific focus at Uraya is civic engagement, and this is basically to promote active civic participation.
Okay.
Both at the community and the society and Kenya at large. Yes.
All right. All right. So I love how, intentional Raya Trust is in terms of educating our local wananchi about what their rights are, what the Constitution says, the things that they're entitled to, and the processes, that need to be undergone to achieve certain things. Now, I'm particularly interested in what's going on in Kenya with regards to the conversations on gender. So in your experience, is there any difference between the conversations men or the just the male version of everything? Is there a difference between that and how women are engaging with the constitution? So do you find that particularly there might be a large number of men who engage with the constitution, are educated about what it says, understand how to let it benefit them, as opposed to women? So that's the first thing that I'd like to find out.
Of course there are barriers in terms of participation for women.
Okay.
Yeah, and of course that goes back to historical issues. But in the recent times, we've seen women take an active role in platforms that are expanding spaces for women in terms of participation, in terms of leadership, and generally taking the front seat to advocate and to lobby for their issues in the society and Kenya at large.
Yes.
We are not yet there. We've seen men take the bigger chunk in terms
Yes.
of platforms, in terms of representation, but there are serious efforts and significant efforts to try and bring women to the fore.
Yes.
And at Uraya Trust, we have programs and initiatives that are really fronting women to be at the center stage.
Okay.
Not really in a conflicting way.
Okay.
We do male engagement, serious male engagement.
All right.
Because we want the men to be our allies in terms, because this is a society where we have to take a holistic lens
Right.
in terms of how we do programming.
That's true.
So male engagement is key to us.
Okay.
We need them to hold our hands, to work with us.
All right.
We have role models in terms of women who've done it, in terms of lived experiences.
Yes.
And we've seen them hold hands, hold their
Right.
fellow women in terms of creating and paving the way for them.
Okay.
So we are not yet there, but I wouldn't say that much hasn't been done. Much has been done. Yes.
All right, thank you so much for sharing that. Now, there's this particular quote that says that if you feed a woman, you feed a nation. You educate a woman, you educate a nation. So, what I would like for you to speak to in this particular moment is the role of women in seeing this constitution becoming a reality. And we're talking about not just our mothers that we have in our households, but looking at what does the woman in Kenya look like. So, whether it's your high court judge who happens to be a woman, or your mama mboga, or the doctor, in the hospital, or the lady who sells in your local kibanda. What is the role? What can women do in their different levels? If, somebody's listening on this conversation, perhaps they are hearing about Uriah Trust today for the first time. Maybe they're not even able to engage with you, one-on-one within your programs. What can the typical Kenyan woman do to engage themselves in matters constitution, matters gender, so that we can have a holistic community?
I will always say, first, get to know your rights.
Okay.
Yes, because information is power. And you can have the information, but unless you put it into practice, you don't get to realize the full realization of what the Constitution really offers. For so long, we have had the divide in terms of elitist women and the grassroots level women.
Yes.
But we have seen opportunities and moments where women have come together to try and bridge the gap. When you look at the recent, I think it was this month when we had the G7 forum and platform, where we had our county government women governors trying to speak into issues in terms of governance for women and in inclusivity.
Yes.
And what needs to be what needs to be done. I think at the moment and currently in Kenya, we also have, in terms of our Chief Justice, speaking into what needs to be done to bridge the gap. In terms of the two-thirds gender principle, we've had conversations into that, trying to make it inclusive for women in terms of representation, in terms of being able to bridge the divide, the gap, where women's voice is at the center of development and everything else. So I don't want to say that, or to drive the narrative that elitist women are not, okay. We have those moments, and these moments will always be there in any democracy.
Yes,
where we have differences, but at the end of the day, it is the few steps that women are taking, regardless of whether you are at the top level or at the grassroots level, the little step that you are taking to bridge the gap for women to be at the core of every decision-making process and governance and democracy.
All right. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Now, that begs the question. So who are the stakeholders? Who would you say are the key players with regards to pushing women voices, to the forefront? Here we believe, on Power Radio, we really believe in Shivazations, particularly in amplifying the female voice. So who do we need to hear from? Who needs to be putting policies into place, or who needs to make a change in order for women to be supported, in order for the constitution to make sense for women as well, and not just society in the lens of, the male gaze?
I think everybody has a role to play at the individual level, at the institutional level, at the collective level. Because I think for any transformation to happen in any society, it is a collective effort.
Yes.
Whether you are the woman at the grassroots level, you have a responsibility to play in terms of making this happen. Whether you are a woman at the corporate level, whichever level that you're representing at, you have a responsibility to play your part. In terms of institutions, we have institutions that have been mandated by law to push for issues regarding to women.
Yes.
Even at the legislature level, they're mandated to legislate, to make laws, and even to see to fruition that these laws have been implemented.
Yeah.
We have a judiciary as a role to play. We have commission, the Gender Equality Commission that, is mandated again to oversee issues of women and
Right.
equality, and so many other institutions, even in terms of CSOs,
Yeah.
in terms of mobilization, in terms of strengthening, capacity strengthening.
Yes.
So I believe it's not like cast on stone. It
Right.
is a collective action, and every individual, every institution has a role to play. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Pauline. And as we wrap this up, I'd love to hear your view of what are we celebrating 14 years of this katiba as women in Kenya, as a society. What are we celebrating? What are you celebrating? What's Uriah Trust celebrating today?
At a personal level, I am celebrating the milestones. Yeah. At 14 years, I mean, when you look at the mature democracies,
Yes.
like the US, so many years, hundreds of years of having a very serious constitution.
Yes.
They didn't just arrive at where they are today.
That's true.
But they had so many hits and misses and setbacks. But what matters is the gains, that the low-hanging fruits that are there for the person, even the person who has lost hope, to dream, to know that this is possible. And the Constitution for us is very futuristic, very progressive. We have seen moments where we are very proud as Kenyans.
Yeah.
And as a woman, and even as a woman in this country, I believe we are going far. Yeah. Sometimes back, women could not even speak.
That's true.
We have communities or even the platforms where women could not even voice themselves.
Yeah.
But now, because of what the Constitution has offered in terms of representation, in terms of nomination,
Yeah.
we have platforms that have given women spaces to expand what they believe in,
Yeah.
Spaces to voice themselves and bring to the core issues, and or even lobby. And I believe, like right now, when we have this position for women rep, with time, it might not even make sense, and we
Yeah.
know it will phase out. It will phase out at some point.
Yeah.
But we want to see women not just being given nominations,
Yes.
but women being elected.
Yes.
Not just by women, but also by men.
Yeah.
And not because we are doing it as a favor.
Yes.
But because we believe that they have the capacity, they have the competence to deliver and to do what is right, and to promote democracy in this country. So for us, is celebrating the milestones and believing that there's still hope, and that in some years to come, we'll look back and say, yeah, we were here, we are here, and we are going far.
All right.
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. That has been very, very, very well said, quite profound. And now just to cap it all off, I'd just love for you to talk to your people. Let Kenyans know what you'd like them to know about our Constitution on Katiba Day. And yeah, we'll just take it from there.
All right. Fellow Kenyans, today is a great day for all of us as we celebrate 14 years of transformation, 14 years of setback. But what is most significant and what really matters is that there's still hope, and there's a lot to be done in terms of reforms. We will go far, and mine is to call on every Kenyan to not just read the Constitution, but live the Constitution, so that we can realize the aspirations that have been put forward, so that we can become a democracy that really and truly believes in human rights and what is right. Yes, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that has been Pauline Daudi, that she is a civic engagement officer here at Uriah Trust. And this is Shivazations on Power Radio, and we're still celebrating Katiba Day. We'll be back after this music break.
Amechukua yote na nchi imepakwa matope. Wololo 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 ya ye. Wololo 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 pinyoke thore. Wololo 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 ya ye. Wololo 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 pinyoke thore.
cannot trust them. Hawatuwakilishi, kazi yao tu ni kukula. Parliament uko wera ama nikuza sura. Ulikuwa close na wananchi but tangu ingi ofisini umaruka kaa chura. Kumbe ndo vako yako, ukiget unaishia. Then after 5 years ukikam back una expect unakuchia. Umekula zote hadi set victims umeshindwa kulipa fidia.
Wololo, wololo, wololo. Wololo ya Wololo, wololo, wololo. Pinyo ketore. Wololo, wololo, wololo. Wololo ya Wololo, wololo, wololo. Pinyo ketore. Tumwamini nani? Tumwamini nani? Tumwamini nani? Nani atutetee? Tumwamini nani? Tumwamini nani? Tumwamini nani? Nani atutetee? Wezi ni hao hao, walafi hao hao, mafisi hao hao, wauaji hao hao, tajiri hao hao, bado hao hao. Wezi ni hao hao, walafi hao hao, mafisi hao hao, wauaji hao hao, tajiri hao hao, bado hao hao.
Basari ulipea mtoi wako badala ya ghetto youth. Tenda zote zilienda kwa kampuni ya you. Kumekenya the better option, tabaki tumepunguza you. Tired hadi toka tunadai mse wa kudu. We want paper, tumechoka kukaudu. Unaonekana once after 4 years kali pia. Services to provide na taxes tushalipia. Next time ukamkututisha kura, mkono tunakutupia.
Wezi ni hao hao, walafi hao hao, mafisi hao hao, wauaji hao hao, tajiri hao hao, bado hao hao. Wezi ni hao hao, walafi hao hao, mafisi hao hao, wauaji hao hao, tajiri hao hao, bado hao hao.
Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu, inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu, inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu, nalia napigania inchi yangu.
Barabara za mitaa, Catherine dereba ziko wapi? Zina pothole pale wape Kingston, Uhuru Highway, magari ziko juu, wazing wana move, mikono ikiwa juu. Tumebaki kwa mataa, street tumejaza hata bila lights. Vijana kunyanyaswa juu ni waras, ati ule alipakwa pale chini kwa kibanda. Mama mboga hana nyota, itabidi amesota.
Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu, inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu, inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu, nalia napigania inchi yangu.
Taxpayer anavaa patipate, MP ako pale pate after pate. Youth man yani ya rumande, mwana siasa ako nje na bonde. So much inequality, too much injustice. Me fight for equality, demanding for liberty. Juzi walikamna miradi mtaani, mboga tuna kazi tumeachwa mashakani. Kilio tunalia wakizidi mia vitambi, wako tu kwenye kambi zao wakihesabu mali. Kesho watakam wakituitisha kura, hawajajua miaka zote ni nini tumekula. Wao pana jali 10 years imepita na ako tu sure ye bado atapita.
Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu, inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu, inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu, nalia napigania inchi yangu. Inchi ya amani, inchi yangu, inchi ya upendo, inchi yangu, inchi ya uzalendo, inchi yangu, nalia napigania inchi yangu.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's a me called the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa, uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura, yeah. No way,
Tulisema devolution kwa wote, lakini sio wote wanaifeel. Projects zilipewa chapa, lakini years later outcomes zinaata. Reports CSCC zilikuwa mama yule alibai hama ndio jajako na hama. Kama Kenya sitahama, wao ndio watahama. Kiongozi ubonga na watu wake, at least hivi ndio ataki peace kwake. My youth daily wako under attack, unemployment daily na wa-attack, police brutality bullets ina wa-attack, kukosa infrastructure best ina wa-attack. Sio Dandora, Kariakoo na Kiumbini tu, hao wote ni victims wa wizi, hao wote ni victims bila justice, hao wote ni victims wa poverty. Ni lini nchi itakuwa stable? Ni lini? Ni lini counties zitakuwa stable? Ni lini? Sote tulisema yes 2010, pamoja tupunguze hii mess, tusonge mbele.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way, yeah. No way, yeah. No way, no way, no way, no way.
Yeah, sina bridge ya kujenga juu, sina bridge nilichoma, so kwa masis wangu na mabro niturauke juu. Indo ile time si tunahitajiana, nipe love nikupe bila kukaziana. People power ndio dawa maradhi kutengana. Tusingoje disaster ndio tujiorganize, na nguvu za kupambana na political lies. Ni sai ndio kesho jo ikuwe ni fine. Katiba yetu ni safi na ndio the grand design, lakini corruption inatuvuta behind. Ini haki kweli kwanza kwa kizazi cha kesho, na wazazi hawana hata guarantee ya pension. Masivo servants huku wana cruise na benzos, tukiuliza swali wanatujibu na tension. Yeah.
I got a feeling what I wanna do, yeah. It's unequal the world we live in. Tukingangana sote twende juu, yeah. Twakanyagwa na hizo meeting. Tunachotaka twasema, katiba imenipa ruhusa. Uje hapa na tena, ukitaka nikupe kura. Yeah. No way, 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 yeah.
After kutupitisha machungu 5 years ago, wamerudi tena na promises tamu tamu, kakuchocha sukari na kopa. Sai Kenya imejaa deni, hata kwa mama mboga huwezi kopa.
Kwenye natoka kuna mandenga mafedi kudai pay, hadi na life kupanda bay, ngori kwa busy daily. 10 millionaires, 10 million beggars kweli. Revolution ili delay, weka ngumi pale hewani. Tuna anthem kachwani, boresha hali kwani. Wakipromote makali, makat na bangi. Tuna quote Wangari, Mahatma Gandhi. Mikono ya serikali, refu sijui gani ni gani.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Betrayal in the city, kwa giza kuna nuka jasho ya maiti. Judas amefufuka kwa season 2 ya kuleta busu, but hii haikuhusu. Juu ya prefer handshake, mpaka economy wameishake. Tunakula maisha na salad, daktari alidai nisikule chakula kibanda. Nilimsho nimenona jua kukula nutrients za hongo. Nimechukua tende iko bongo, na mkinifuata huko nitauzia mpaka akili zenu kwa ubongo.
Shake psycho fans, greetings in quotes ndio topic ya symposium. Infected handshake, juu yake quarantine, hata kani kuijengea aquarium. Gava bila watchdog, wako ni good time sahi. Funny sana kasa maki kuhisi kiu. Sahi wana go overboard na sugar mami. Wameka mercury kwa sugar tunalia mami. Handshake, imefanya tumebaki kuulizia press ya pillowcase after jurisdiction. But tumezoea bro.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono hiyo ndio serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Soundtracks accept and move on, but what happens to the dead souls? Unity kwa wengine, disunity kwa wengine. Tumefocus nao sana tukasahau the main victims in this written script. All they care about is their ambitions. We mean nothing to them, so listen. Baba si mama, baba si mama. Mama ananyokwa kinyozi, so daily nitamuita baba. Wewe ndio unajua shida mnazopitia. Listen, my silence is so loud. I'm saying everything but saying nothing at all.
Mkono wa serikali, yeah. Hiyo ndio serikali, yeah.
Nogo ni nogo, onatoke seti ya metito, itabaki kuwa nogo. Sokomoko fulani katikati ya hizi nugu, kuna kamoja kakostare kana kula njugu. Kando yake sini hawa mandugu, kila mtu anakimbiza ndio apate hiyo ngugu. Beshte yake ako hapo tu kando, akijaribu kubonga na patio avocado. Ajipake muda wake ulishaka bando, safta kutumbika na rushwa mingi skando. So sijipate kwa kona utaundiwa kamati ya kukunyoosha utoshe kwa hiyo kabati. Mwenye kukushughulikia alitoka kwa hiyo zahanati, ajaziona viatu wamezoea pati pati. Ndani ya msitu kumejaa ukora fulani, huwezi ona maendeleo hata uvae miwani. Fanya makosa urushe mawe ukiwa diwani, utashtuka sana ukijipata uko ziwani. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Katikati ya wanyama kuna wale ni majitu, wakipatikana kwa ngori wautoaka kitu. Kuswallow everything ndani ya msitu ni uakti ninja wakidance katitu. Chief Justice wa huku ni madara na faka, leta kesi hapa ni panga unataka. Ujirani wao ni wapanya na paka, saka tako mwage ushames na kikaka. System ya hapa ni ya kuchunga zao familia, I think ikisema hivyo ishakuwa so familia. Kidai miaka ujapanga kuitumia umetengwa nugu, hapa leta chaimia. Ni obvious hapa kuna pundamilia, ukipata zebra cross na amilia. Time ya kupima urefu wa meno na mikia, wakubwa wameingia we kiti amkia. Boom shakalaka. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Sokomoko moto, tunapigwa mboko ndoto, hiyo ndio yao moto ni loto. Hapa tunapigwa foto si tunapigwa foto. Wamechange hizo tisho zimechorwa milioni, wamevaa vitenge rangi ya bilioni, style ya kuhaibaneta paka milioni, na doo zote zilishia huko matirioni. Umesikia sakata ingine bado, na kemsa isha buy staff na doo bado. Nipe uvumilivu ka Rose Muhando, Juma Singa dami na hamishwa Kajiado. Malalamishi ya mnyama tu mbili, budget ikisome imeongezwa 02. Haya ndio ung'ang'ana sana sio siri, zawadi zikikama na patwa tu ngiri. BBI na watoto tuhamishwe, kifunga macho ndio dozi zamishwe. Wenye makosa wapeleke wasafishwe, wang'olewe kwa viti na doa siitishwe.
Jealousy, always comparing myself to you. Sometimes I feel like I overdo. Times and I feel like I'm over you. Thinking and I feel like I have no clue. Singing and you aga moods. Sometimes I act a fool. Singing and inachoma sana. Sometimes tunako sana. Sometimes I act too cool. Singing and you act a fool. Sometimes you drive me crazy. I swear I drive you crazy. Consistent, consistency, consistent, consistently, consistent, consistency, consistent, consistent, day, 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 day by day, day, day by day, 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 day by day, day, day by day, day, day by day, 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 day by day, day, day by day, 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 day by day. Consistent, consistently. Anxiety, naanza tabia za self-sabotage. Naanza tabia za overjudge. Naanza kujifungia, naanza kujikazia. Mwenzio nafunga hisia. Sometimes I feel so blue. Sometimes I have no clue. Saa ingine unachoma sana. Sometimes tunakosana. Saa ingine ninapotea. Sometimes unanikosea. Sometimes you drive me crazy. I swear I drive you crazy. Consistent, consistency, consistent, consistently, consistent, consistency, consistent, consistent, day, 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 day by day, day, day by day, 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 day by day, day, day by day, day, day by day, 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 day by day, day, day by day, 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 day by day. Consistent, consistently.
Goromatule it ni MC Chinese yule wa zigi zigi zaga zaga zogo aka Vibes Squasel. Ati hapa hivi Kenya huwezi chaguliwa kuwa kanzo ama polisi kama una meno. Ati utatoa meno wapi ya kutafuna hongo? Bulletproof body kiss.
Nilikupea nyama na bado unataka kunikula. Napiga kura ndo upate nyama. Kitambi uwe nayo nipaki nimekonda. Na kuna zile wanyama hauna watuma. Zitukanyage bila makosa. Raping our families, grabbing our property.
Munatuwekea bunde kwa mikono, alafu munasema sisi ni magangsta. Wala Mungu wetu anawaona.
na tunapaka rangi. Mama mboga na nasaka tukaganji, na makenja wanataka tukaganji. Mwisho wa mwezi wanakwenda vitambi. Ayena na nataka tena.
Ayena this, ayena that. Karamitsule 8, bulletproof bond case. What you say? Them a whole of vampire, them government vampire you are.
Not received.
See the star shining bright for me, as it does for everyone out here. Rabuka katleta wote he plays, and the sun shines so bright for all. So let us get back to love. Through your pains, it's not true. So let us get back to peace. Depends it too. That I wish to hurt you, yet we have the same blood, same air we breathe every single day. This love we need to make us all live in peace. So let us get back to love. So let us get back to peace. Acha zogo, nipenzi. Acha mdogo. Nipenzi too. See the star shining bright for me, as it does for everyone out here. Rabuka katleta wote he plays, and the sun shines so bright for all. So let us get back to love. Through your pains it's not true. So let us get back to peace. Nipenzi too.
Hutu Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Mini wa ghetto nimezaliwa ghetto, na mambo zangu zote mimi nafanya ghetto. Wafande ni shuku na isi skendo, niride kutupiga hadi toi kapendo. Fande we ati mbona use force, fande we ati mbona cock gun, fande we sunajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mina hapa tuta solve, fande we ati mbona use force, fande we ati mbona cock gun, fande we sunajua kuna court na ni kama basi kesi mina hapa tuta solve. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. Design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana ni kweli amna hutu. elombangana nukweli amna hutu, elombangana nukweli amna hutu, design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Pahali nimefungwa so quite kazi le bull, so kuishi kwa hii life si kitu nimechoose kulose. Mabeste juu ya bullet za upuzi, nafanya mtaani nikae kasi na ujuzi. Combination ya necklace za ukombozi, nafanya wengi wabaki na haya machozi. System so corrupt, iko na utohozi, so slippery kanyanga kikohozi. Kuta zitaonyesha footage zote zimefichwa, kina JM Jumo akinyang'anywa vichwa. Niko na vision ya moto ikiakishwa kila pahali nchini despite ya kutishwa. Lega zinaacha kanguo ya white mtaichafua, hata nikizikwa skali yangu mtaifufua. Chenye nasema kaa kuna basi itakuwa, na kasta kuwa basi mistari itakuwa.
Elombangana nukweli amna hutu, elombangana nukweli amna hutu, elombangana nukweli amna hutu, design kutumada tena kwa mtutu. Elombangana nukweli amna hutu, elombangana nukweli amna hutu, elombangana nukweli amna hutu, design kutumada tena kwa mtutu.
Nikubaya ndugu, hakuna wax mzee, badala ya inda nifanye wax now. Wakimaliza deal niekelewe kibonoko, jusai tunabonga kuhusu kudua kudai. Vijana wa mkuru wanaishi na self-made coffee, deadline ya juzi wanaishi na last warning. Danger zone kama waya za 3-phase, grau za chuo zimeja chimni za bangi. Kuna nuka ngono, walimu wamejoin wazazi kwa mgomo. Wako ready kufungiwa kwa body bags, kuwa fedi city mochari wamechoka na salad. Odori na umwami wamedunga uniform za impunity. Buddha boss.
Again and again and again. Yeah. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Louis V, Cartier and Dior. I'm fucking with Lil Missy, I met her in P4. And every night I kick it like Thierry and Rowe. They used to talk me down, but right now they adore me. I'm with Big Billy in the stew with the squad. The captain is Morgan, the flow is enormous. And if they hate, that's me at the door. Yo. And if they hate, that's me at the door. Yo. Mean I get love for the Batty Boy antics. Last time I rap on the radio, they had static. And way since high school, I had 8 mathematics and chemistry. Ain't got no time for no jealousy. Spend my time in the lab, rapping bars, sipping Hennessy. And ever since I lost love, I'm cold, I can't let them breathe. They can't let me be. They can't let me be.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Big bidder, smoke cigar, big figure, you a dick licker. Flow steady like a big river indica. I was hitting it, but you wanna live with her? Take a trip, get a crib, hit a lick with her. She don't want a batty, but she want zimzima. Where bado kaba bar mim zimzima. Where bado kaba bar mim zimzima. Zimzima love. Oi, listen to my words clearly. I'm a myth, not a joke, not a Jim Carrey. You ain't got motion, you move barely. Have you met Terry, the tooth fairy? He might take your teeth, take one. Hit a lick, then breathe. I'm a different one, I'm a different breed. I don't wanna be locked up, rather be free.
Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's the pen girl, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh? Start kama vroom, fast kama zoom, crash kama boom. Venye nimefall, nisha think kuwa groom. Love ika bloom, hati toke tumb. Ex alidhani amewacha meni doom. Ati nimefume, wacha kuassume cause niko so cold can survive that degrees. Temperature low, design watu who freeze. Taming the kitty, she down on her knees and she begging me please, give me the cheese. I'm in a tight position. Is it us or my teeth need a right decision? Can I touch? Maybe quiz, do I need permission? She a work of art in an exhibition. 4-course meal, 5-star hotel. Keep it low key and I promise I won't tell. I'm a king to a queen, son I'm treat very well. So fresh, deep to my toe. Who's a bengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours. Feeling so fresh, deep to my toe. Who's a bengia, mon ami, te amo. Dolce & Gabbana, Louis V's and Dior. Blow the candle, make a wish, promise that is yours, huh?
Amidst the silence, a powerful anthem emerges to confront the shadows of injustice. Let's shed light to the urgent issue of gender-based violence. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. To shout it out loud, we're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud, we're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Why do you have to be so cold? Mbona huwezi jicontrol? What about the trauma that you caused to the children that you bore? You used to be protected, now you're no longer attentive. Fujo ni ya nini? Utu wako uko wapi? She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. So don't be a statistic. You can pack up your bags and leave. We have to be realistic. Something has to change so drastic. Yeah, na inauma sana. Usiku na mchana, hiyo mambo hapana. Something's gotta give, yeah. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. We no longer be silent no more. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, breaking free, breaking free. Boy, 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 can't take it no more, can't take it no more. She cried, boy, 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 can't take it no more, hey, can't take it no more. no longer be silent. We use our voices to shout it out loud. We're breaking free, yeah, we're breaking free.
Bounce on the beat. Ooh yeah, yeah, ooh yeah. Take it away, yeah. Ooh, shady go, my shady go, shady go, yeah. Shady go, my shady go, shady go. I used to believe nikiwa na wewe nimefika. Oh na na na, baby, baby, girl I put you my head in my soul. Girl in my time na kupea dido ila ukuridhika. Nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, baby. I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul, baby. I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go, Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go, Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. For the last time, I wanna see you for the last time, hey. For the last time, I wanna see you for the way you whine your body, baby girl. 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 Baby, I'm abusing my darkest days. My baby, I'm a choosing. Baby, I'm abusing my darkest days. My baby, I'm a choosing. Nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, nikupeleke kwetu, nikualike kwetu, baby. I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul, baby. I feel my mind in my heart, in my soul, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go, Sakata, yeah, yeah. Sakata, don't let me go, Sakata, yeah, yeah. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause. Bend down, baby girl, bend down, pause.
New music.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest, realest, Deco are the realest, sickest, Telo are the sickest, illest, Jua we are the illest, maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit, talent, daily napiga practice, gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status, sitochi, mimi si actress. This time, nadandia kanduthi, vum vum, na sita kucha kucheza, make room, na wapa vibes, inanukia 50 perfume, so we can nice add gear, vum vum, sing vum vum, acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom, speaker boom boom, weka gear vum vum. Boy, you're not bad, you just fake it. Me no care if a man want hate me, me no give a fuck if you don't rate me. Real talk says chocha mi simple na tukipatana kwa choche usinichoche. Usijifanye mgaza uwezi nitoka, usifanye nitoe ni kuchanje. Usijione mjanja kuna wabaya, piga kona ukiniona ushagwaya. Mi sidona ka usiniombe mbao. Naleta disorder, wananiona hadi kwao. Napendwa na wakomi, napendwa na mapedi, napendwa na mategi. Warembo na pia bongi, sokopi man nilikuwa mkomi. Nilikuwa bedi nikaritaya sai maombi na live na jajado. Nilikuwa thegi, siko penniless hata kama niko hood. Until the bury us, I wish a nigga cool. You're so hilarious na kuvunja na food tuko shook. Scared to death tukivurugwa kwa bush. Sina time ya kusikiza fairy tale. First of all, uko nyuma kama tail. Legend kwa streets, bigger surveys. Fake niggas wanna die beef, wanna die to speak. Yeah, baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily napiga practice. Gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time, nadandia kanduthi vum vum. Na sija kucha kucheza make room. Na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume. So we can nice add gear vum vum. Sing vum vum. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka gisha vum vum. Awa madem na wa replace kasim kat cheesy. Maskini mnono ebuka mna jibag. I'm so sick na sioni nkipona. Leta weed that nyonye tukiwa pima. Vile na roga wanadai ni dumba. Daily shuffling na sakanya hibunda. Ni saa ngapi na nini saa mbaya. Kafiti ama utafanywa mbaya.
Vibe tamu na kuletea visimpo. Msupa wako ngoma yangu anachezesha ringtone. Cheki kako rada ama memeza piriton. Wanajua mi madawa mi napendaga easy form. Selected DJ MC itabidi mumeimba. Vitu mna play inaka mna tupima. Mini bad boy siskizi Justin Bieber. Mkono shingo siva na kupigia matimba.
Baddest, Lynchy are the baddest. Realest, Deco are the realest. Sickest, Telo are the sickest. Illest, Jua we are the illest. Maddest, crazy, mimi ndo bandit. Talent, daily napiga practice. Gadget, pini, sharp, kakakta, status. Sichochi, mimi si actress.
This time, nadandia kanduthi vum vum. Na sija kucha kucheza make room. Na wapa vibes inanukia fiti perfume. So we can nice add gear vum vum. Sing vum vum. Acha kusumbua macho zoom zoom. Speaker boom boom. Weka gisha vum vum.
Gonna today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only. Tell me kana weza sababisha. 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 Let me be your service provider. I give you the cable. Show you my talent, baby, and you be the label. You be the goddess, and I be the temple. Give you the king like you never knew that I was able. Hourglass body, can I get a minute of your time? Can I really show you how a minute? You maximize my nini when you're in a mini. Bad girl, kana denge anakuva nini? Onakuvese wendo na die. Ekana na tuvese, so you know that I'm the guy. Mina mpango za kifiji wakibonga Dubai. Peter Besto fanya mabazua Zubai. Aye. Look at the way she deep so she rocks so when she whiny pale kwa disco. Who got the fire with the body come on a pistol. Ona velo na maliza mandem. Finito. Tell do. Ndabye kana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you. Only. Tell me kana weza sababisha. 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 Yeah. Now that you aware, kakaseka na kulike. Nipe keys a box, wingy and on the lock. I can tell you're a performer by the way you hold the mic. You been really bad, let me cuff you, no cops. Kiss you on your neck, tell you everything is great. Nikonja and you're a full course meal on a plate. African time, I guarantee I come late. Love you heavier to a chani, walking goja, what a weight. Get it? And I can take care of you, no advantage. Put you in a yes, you can have it in some fashion. Love the way you classy and you bougie, you're a savage. See how you want it like a gypsy with a talent. I see where ukianzenya aki yao unanikunywa sana utadhani ni happy yao. Kisha shauri moyo sini shauri yao. Mini shauri yangu sasa ni show ni how. Tell do ndabia kana today you available. Me I really wanna come and roll with you. Mali baby neza kuwa me and you only. Tell me kana weza sababisha sababisha sabab. Tell me kana weza sababisha sababisha sabab. Tell me kana weza sababisha sababisha sabab. Tell me kana weza sababisha sababisha sabab.
See, I see. Okay. As he cop, tell you no. Kijakazi ameniadaa, amenipini mdomo, alama kwa mkono, mchoro za kambanono, kwa mbao amenilaza kama kipande cha nyama. Masani ya lunch usahau, kumbuke niko njaa sijadishi ba. Ana fist on me na mapose bila pressure. Sabuni ashachanganya akinyosha kwenye boot kama Mercedes Classic. Ni uchungu ikiingia, nikisonga nasongesha tena ndani kabisa. Hasira inanijaa, guilt inamwagika tena nikisonga, kiso nachomoa, macho imekodoa.
Niguza vibaya mimi mtoto kijana, usichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Mama amemchapa baba, amempiga vibare, nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Niko na guilt na mawazo kwanza za kuogofya. Nasikitika sana vile jamii nanitenga. Kila mtu ananisema kosa ilangu tena, kijakazi alinitenda. Niko na trauma inaniumiza, mawazo ya kujinyonga, virusi zinanikula, shetani ameingia, nimechoka juu, hakuna neniamini nikisema jakazi amenilawiti. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingepeta mdomo. Majuto ni mjukuu, afadhali ingepeta mdomo.
Ameniguza vibaya mimi mtoto kijana, usichana wangu ndo walisha familia. Mama amemchapa baba, amempiga vibare, nani atanamini nikisema nadanganya?
Speak it out, normalize it. Silence sio noma, normalize hiyo noma. Kunormalize sio noma, kuishinalize ndio noma. Si ukate hiyo ego, no more lies.
Napata 10,000 kwa mwezi, 3,000 narushia nguruwe, 2,000 ni ya nyumba, 500 ni ya maji. Kenya Power misi walipangi. Mimsani nimechoka kulipa deni ya Mosaina. Elewa tu nimesota, mshahara ni exposure. 1,000 ya chakula kwa mwezi, 2,000 kulipa madeni, 1,000 kwa karo, 1,000 kwa karao, nguo mpya misinunuangi. Mimsani nimechoka kulipa deni ya Mosaina. Elewa tu nimesota, mshahara ni exposure. Gai wako gai gai dao daida, gai wako gai gai dao daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dao daida, gai wako gai gai dao daida, shoka na ihenya. Nilitupilia mbali pombe na sigara na basi sababu niliokoka. Bibi lilaye mmoja tu kwa mlango ndo yeye hulala kweli. Nikisema nimesota usiseme ni dako ima kweli. Elewa tu nimesota nalipa deni ya mosaina. Fanya hesabu utaona, sijaweka hapo ndani mke wangu. Sijaweka mavazi hata zile nyeti, mke wangu hananga kibeti woi. Nikisema nimesota usiseme ni dako ima woi. Elewa tu nimesota nalipa deni ya mosaina. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Na najua sio mimi tu napitia hali ngumu. Mwanamme wanasema lazima ujikaze, lakini binti yangu alipotaka switi nisipate hata shilingi, nililia, nililia. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya. Gai wako gai gai dago daida, gai wako gai gai dago daida, shoka na ihenya.
Young days for young hearts, fast days for running hearts. I found my place in an empty jar of hearts. Said I was crazy cause I fell in love. How amazing, I was like a dove, but the air above couldn't find a place for art. The heartless, great minds left behind. The questions they asked, the answers we had, but our voices we asked, why could they not be heard? In the pages of my diary, I write a little story. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue, in the pages of my diary, I write to you in symphony. That's all I'm left to do. With pages black and blue. Storytelling for the young at heart. A story is told of a man who had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. He had no heart. All he did was gather masses, lie and cheat so he could pay no taxes. Greed and power were the basis of his life. The heartless, the
the Cadillac pass. Yeah. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, kwa watoto, vijana na wazee, tuungane na upendo uendelee, tuwakilishe zetu rika na tupate maarifa cause kuna magic in lover, magic in unity, magic ni mimi na wewe tukiwa bila chuki. Check amani na do, amani na ganji ni moja tukiwa na imani, maendeleo yanahusu jamii, jameni, na tuko wengi tunafanya vitu plenty, tukiungana zitakuwa more amazing. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, ukabila na dini tatutengani. Noma yangu niko dini ya upendo, nina malengo ya kubadili mienendo. Nikizitoka ni wanatukembani, tunapatana mitabeli za kisana. Walitushika wakatupigisha nduru, tukaungana tukapataga uhuru. Tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Tuungane, tushikane, tupendane. We must unite as a people. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Youthman, ninabonga na wewe. Tiwachonango. Youthman, tiwachonango. Youthman,
Yeah. Oh, real thing, ghetto boy, niko easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la nikera moyoni mababy, oh. First of all, you need to know me nakupenda sana. Of course, you are mine, never leave me. When you wangu, my baby boo. Yeah, you are so special to me. Hey, ombi langu ni maisha mema, my love. Hata wakibonga, bado tazidi kusonga. If I ask you, my baby boo, then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever, you and me, yeah. Ombi langu ni maisha mema, my love. Yeah. Hata wakibonga, bado twazidi kung'ang'ana. If I hurt you, my baby boo, then I am sorry. You deserve a better place for me. Up to the sky forever, you and me. My baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina, nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola, kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe, harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe. Na Mola atujaze upendo, baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia, I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi, sababu yendo mpaji. Your love for me makes me shine. You are for me, my African woman. Forever me and you. Kisha tusafiri East Africa nzima, Amerikani pia watu tambue. Posti Insta na Twitter, mafans na upongezi tutawapa. Ombi langu ni maisha mema, my love. Hata wakibonga, bado twazidi kusonga. If I hurt you, my baby boo, then I am sorry. Yeah, you deserve a better place for me.
up to the sky forever, you and me. Yeah, my baby, you know, mina kupenda sana. Listen, hey, my baby, you are my number one. Hata kama leo sina, nivumilie. Sifa kwa Mola, kipaji amenipa. Ipo siku tutafly Uingereza. Nite anipete nikuvishe, harusi tuifanye keki nikulishe. Na Mola atujaze upendo, baraka zitufuate kwa huu mwendo. Tuijenge yetu nzuri familia, I swear. Na kumshukuru Rabi sababu yeye ndo mpaji. Hey. Never for me, make you shine. You are for me, my Kenyan girl. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, real thing, get a boy, Nico easy. Me cheesy, you know. Yeah.
Just made it.
Kuna jambo la
Siku njema.
Hey, yo, busy.
Yaja.
Atox Entertainment. Mafo Bandis.
Siku njema. Relax. Yaja.
It's only a matter of time. You just have to believe. Yeah. You are a winner. You're a champion.
Don't you worry, my brother. Don't you worry, my friend. Itakuwa poa in the end. Cause nothing comes easy. And nothing is easy. Fungua macho, uone uko blessed. Acha kulia and just give thanks. Free your mind, kuwa huru usitest. Just smile on your face. As above, so below. The universe is me. And I know the most high. He resides in me. So we kuwa stress free. Come on, dance with me. Na naku guarantee. If only you believe. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja.
You are a winner. You're a champion.
Whatever the troubles for that day, I just choose to levitate. High and high, Nina vibrate. Can't nobody, baby, I am the moon, I am the sun. Fast in the glory, cause that's who you are. They call me free, my name is freedom. Shining so bright, baby, shine like a star. Sauti paza, amini, kitu cha kwanza. Simama, sauti paza, ukiri siku njema yaja. Siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja, siku njema yaja, tabasamu. Siku njema yaja.
Oh no, no. Oh yeah. Juzi nilikuwa nimetulia kwangu nyumbani, kwa jirani nikasikia kelele za kuhuzunisha, nikasongea kusudia kuelewa kinachoendelea. Mbona mke analia, wampiga bila huruma? Kumbe ni kawaida toka kitambo ni mazoea. Hakuna raha nyumbani na watoto wanaumia. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Vita si suluhisho, no, si suluhisho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Kila wakati ni matusi, vita imekuwa ni kawaida. Hatuwezi kuongea kubadilishana mawaidha. Mume wangu wabishwi anajiona shujaa. Hata ninaogopa sema yako si vitisho. Imekuwa ni kawaida tangu kitambo nishazoea. Pesa pia natafuta na mapenzi nazidishia. Heshima mimi nampa ila sikosi kilio.
Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho. Usipende vita rafiki, mapenzi mtunzie. Si lazima tuishi hivi, inaumiza roho.
Muziki ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda managu,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu, tamu, kushinda managu. Nasema ni tamu,
muziki ni tamu,
kushinda manana,
kushinda managu.
Muziki ni tamu, kushinda managu. So, my name is Kainamix and this is Liz. She'll be helping me with the vocals. Na hii ni playlist yetu ambayo nilitengeza tu nikiwa na yeye. I hope you're going to enjoy as we have in this session. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana.
mina fanto mama. Every day, every day, every day, every day, mina fanto mama. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Nyungu nilipatiana. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Sufuria imetoboka. Sufuria yangu imetoboka. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana. Nyungu nilipatiana. Na nyungu yangu nilipatiana.
Greetings.
Nitapumua, nitapumua kabla ya jua kutua. Nitapumua, nitapumua kabla ya jua kutua. Breathe in, breathe out. Don't you wanna let it go? Don't you wanna let it go? Gifted, you've been gifted. Show them what you're all about. Show them who's the man in town. Una bad vibes over there. Have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazelle. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Nitapumua, kabla ya jua kutua. Nitapumua, nitapumua.
Woke up in the morning and I'm feeling blessed. Hata kama haso na ngumu, no, I'm feeling it, I'm feeling you. Najua kuna pressure but we gon' pull through. Najua ikitua mi najua itajipa. You and the crew every day you're getting richer. Kusomea chini ya mti now, see where they teach us and they been teach us. Who's the man now? Show them who the man now. You the man now, you know you're the man now. Hands down, we made it. Big smile on my face, mama's proud.
Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazea. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Una bad vibes over there, have a good vibes on Gazelle. We're blowing trees in the air, stacking my feet on those stairs. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. Don't be too insecure, it matters you are here. It may bend you, but have no fear. 'Cause even if you're underground, nitapumua, nitapumua
Tevin Kote Badili Africa, Project Liaison. And lastly, Houghton Irungu, Amnesty International. And as they are coming on stage, I'd like to maybe just summarize what we have had, yeah? And what an amazing way to introduce the next panel, because this is a panel on inclusion. And having introduced this panel using a performance art, enable us to understand why we need to use different forms of civic engagement to ensure that everyone is reached and everyone understands why they need to participate. And you've seen the importance of civic education, mtaani. We've seen the issue of the impact of tokenism, yeah, at the political level, even as we participate as citizens. And we've also seen political hypocrisy from citizens and from our politicians. And as we go ahead into this panel, we'll have more discussions about this. Thank you. I'm informed there's another panelist, John Wambua. Please, karibu. So I will go right ahead, and allow me to start by saying, taking us back to the story of the 14-year malnourished teenager. And while everyone is trying to solve the problem of this teenager, we seem not to understand what they want. They're in a dark room, they need food. We seem to figure out that they need milk. But what kind of milk do they need? So ladies and gentlemen, this panel is going to explore how we are going to get out this teenager out of the house, get some light, help him get some light, and become healthy enough to thrive in the society. And so I will go ahead and just start by reflecting upon Katiba at 14. And our constitution is the cornerstone of all the legislations in this country, including the Public Finance Management Act and many other, and many other policies that, you know, are embedded through the Constitution. And I want to throw this to Abraham. The Public Finance Management has included various strategies to ensure that there's inclusion of marginalized, groups in terms of budget participation. So maybe if you look back, if you reflect, how far are we? What has been done? What are the challenges? What would you term as wins? And what can be done better, especially when we talk about participation in the budget process?
Thank you very much, Marion, and good afternoon to everyone in the room. Good afternoon. Thank you. So my name is Abraham Ochieng, as you've heard. I work with Budgeti Hub. And yes, we deal with matters budget. And from the previous panel, we really had a lot about the history of the katiba and just the opportunities that came about with this constitution. And as Marion, you say, the Public Finance Management Act of 2012 is one critical pillar that was to really change how we raise, spend, and even account for public resources. And public participation was one of the anchors in every single decision around the budget process. So chapter 12 of this very katiba talks a lot about how public resources will be managed. And with the Public Finance Management Act, we've seen lots of opportunities for citizens to engage throughout the budget cycle. And just to be clear, we know that the budget cycle is not just 1 year. From beginning to end, it's about 2.5 years. So it's actually 2.5 years from the time we start formulating our budget up until the point the Auditor General completes the auditing of the budget. And therefore, along this 2.5 years, there are several opportunities that the Public Finance Management Act has provided for citizens to engage within the public finance space or the budget cycle as we know it. So and right now, I think yesterday we saw a public notice from the National Treasury saying that we are starting the budget formulation cycle for 2025, 2026. And no, that's for the next financial year. So it's starting right now. So if you're to influence as a citizen, then this is the time for you to start engaging with this budget process. And not just at the formulation, because we know we have the 4 stages. So there's an opportunity for us as citizens to engage at the formulation stage. And that will be, we see a lot of opportunities there at the formulation. But once many cases, we find that citizens just want their issues or their priorities to be within the budget, but they don't, once it's there, it's been approved, then we sit back and wait for the magic to work in terms of implementation. But we realize that implementation is where there's a lot that happens, because at formulation, we will have, when we are discussing issues at the sector working groups, we will have the public engaged. When we come to the budget policy statement, this is a national level, but also at the county, there's a parallel process that goes on for the county fiscal strategy paper. People are involved. When we come to the actual budget being approved, we are involved, and we've seen public being invited to participate. But when it comes to implementation, that's where a lot happens, because there's supplementary budgets, but there's no law that compels the government to get citizens engaged within supplementary budgets. And that's where a lot really gets shifted. So it's more or less like shifting priorities from the what citizens want. But one thing I must also emphasize is that this public participation has been really like on steroids over the past few years. But the question we ask ourselves is, what amounts to public participation? And if the ruling by the Court of Appeal on the Finance Act 2023 is anything to go by, I think we have a lot to learn from that, where a lot of the basis on which the act was thrown out was on public participation, where the public is involved, but the decision that is being taken by Parliament has nothing to do with what the public wanted. And therefore, we liked that the recommendation that was given was that when public, or say Parliament has done any public participation, say for example like finance bill, which I think everyone can relate, then they have to give justifications as to why they picked certain issues or why they did not. But that was not the case, and therefore we see that whereas there's been a lot more of citizens being engaged, we are still seeing that the decisions being taken by both government, Parliament, are not necessarily reflective of the desires of the people.
Okay, thank you so much, Abraham. In talking about citizen participation, we cannot talk about that without talking about the inclusion of young people. And so, Telvin, Badili Africa engages young people a lot, particularly on civic engagement. We have, however, seen that the young people, through the recent movement, Gen Z movement, they're not content with their feedback to the government, and they're not buying any explanations. And so at Badili Africa then, how do we better engage young people beyond the traditional ways of carrying out civic engagement?
Thank you very much. My name is Stephen Kote. I serve at Badili Africa. The topic of inclusion is very important. And it's not even about just young people, and also even gender inclusion. And for us, even at Badili Africa, we are trying to even stem it very at the bottom level, even at the institution of higher learning. And the reason why you're seeing even people are not even, they're not contented of what happened, as he has said, what the issues that we were able to raise are not the issues that were able to be presented in front. And people are even losing trust even with public participation. But that does not mean it should end. It actually means how do we now engage, especially the young people, with the language that they are able to understand. Because we are used to the traditional ways where people even are able to meet at, I remember even back at home, we used to meet at chief's houses, chief's camp. But then young people, we are a generation of, we are a digital generation. And I think one of the things that we even having conversation is how do we even integrate the digital media when it comes to public participation? how do we meet the young people at their forte, at their comfort? Because asking them to come at somewhere like KICC, you'll not have a good representation of young people coming in. So how do we even strategize when it comes to digital media? Social media in Kenya is one of the aspects that is being used largely with young people, be it Instagram, be it Twitter. And we have, I think one thing I'm going to mention is these influencers. Influencers are used to influence a lot of things that we do. The product that you wear, the makeup that you wear, the watch that you're going to wear is because someone told you it's something that is important. So one of the things that we're even trying to see, even when it comes to strategizing, how do we now train these young people when it comes to even the process of budgeting, as he has mentioned, that they can be able to disseminate this information in a language that the young person in campus can be able to understand, so that when it comes to even holding the leaders accountable, when it comes to even the budget process and monitoring, they have a basis as to what it is that they are holding people accountable. And some of the things that we are doing is even in the language that the public participation is done. And one of the things that we're even seeing in some of the schools, some of the institutions of higher learning that we are working in is even as simple as student governance. We see a lot of young people not being involved in the process of budgeting. So you're not analyzing to see what is the need of the young person. What is that specific need? Because the need of a young person is different from the need of a man or of someone who is older. So what is it that is that need? You analyze so that when you're coming up with the budget, you are able to know, you're able to target even the allocation so that it targets the specific need of young people. And some of the things that we're even doing in integrating tech when doing this, we are coming up with ways in how we can be able to integrate tech. And one of the things that is even bearing fruit in the institution of higher learning, we're coming up with things that are called virtual hubs. These virtual hubs are supposed to be a place, a digital space where young people, the students can be able to just interact with the leaders that they have elected in the student government as early as when they are trying to strategize the budget, so that when they come up with the budget, it targets the specific need of the student that if be it the hostel, is it more hostel that we need? Is it security that we need? So that when it comes to even implementation, how it is implemented at the heart of the student, at the heart of the young people. And I think that is one of the most important things, being able to just strategize in a language that the young people knows. Meet them at their arena is the social media. And I like what we did. We are seeing the Gen Z movement. Yeah. A lot of movement are done, and people are saying we should organize, but we organized. We organized in the social spaces, and we saw the change that we can be able to cause with just the organizing that we did with our language, with the tool that we most understand. And it becomes like most of the things that are done even in the budgeting is the document that they are using. It's so I want to say CSO jargons, but then what is the language that the young people can understand? Be it audio, be it animation, something that is visual attractive also for them to be able to understand. And even that is even something that as basic as the Constitution, which is what all of this is anchored towards, so that they can be able also to even have a very good idea of what the Constitution is saying and how they can be able to be actively participating in these budget processes and evaluation.
Thank you so much. That was very, very comprehensive. Sonia, I see you smiling. I'm coming to you with the question of public debt. During the recent public rage and mandamano, public debt was one of the most common conversations around Twitter, and it was so bad that Kenyans even tagged IMF and World Bank and told them, stop funding our country because of corruption. And as Okoa Uchumi, you have been heavily working on issues of public debt. We are currently at 10.6 trillion as a country, and a majority of our budget is going to pay debt. What is the impact of this, particularly on service delivery? And how do we balance between looking for debt to fund development and without overburdening taxpayers?
Okay, I think I'll start with mentioning something that I got from the plea. I have always asked myself, where do those rungus come from? But the Mheshimiwa somehow said there's always a car somewhere that is distributing. So that was my highlight for that. But back to your question, when you talk about the impact, let's recall the day the president made, was it the rejection of the finance bill? And then there's a news anchor who asked a question on how are we going to get development? What was the reaction of all the leaders behind him? They laughed, right? And they asked us, "Simesema hamtaki development." So in a nutshell, that's the impact. Because if all our money is being channeled on paying for things that we never received, it means what we really need, we will not be able to get. And it's so sad that as citizens, we have been brought to that level where you have to weigh. Today, I was very sad in the morning to see my people from where I come from. Nikama, the conversation has changed. When did we become who we are today? And what has changed? Just a few weeks ago, we were talking about public debt. People were speaking about the conversation, even at county levels, about pending bills and how it has affected the life of the common mwananchi who relies on this money to be able to get their daily subsistence or whatever. When we talk about public debt, the ripple effect, to me, is the road that my son needs to use. The bus has to take longer, so he has to wake earlier. Let's not look at it from up here. Bring me into the conversation. Bring my child. Bring my grandmother, who does not understand the reason why the Kariva along her place has constantly been going beyond. When I was a child, it's a place called Auji. It was well maintained because that place has swampy, when it rains, it's too watery. So it was created sort of a drainage. That thing is in non-existence because who is there to take care of it? Back then I could see, my dad is a businessman. Those who know Kisumu, Kibuye Market. I would see people come and collect things in terms of garbage and they take it to a certain place where it's designated. But that no longer happens now because there is no money to pay the casual laborers. But in ideal, these people are being paid. Let me connect one thing I'm proud of when you mentioned when citizens mentioned sending emails to IMF. I am glad that we have gotten to a place where citizens believe we have the power, despite the IMF coming back and saying, we are not in contract with you, citizens. We are in contract with your government. So if we can still cause change, one of us asked the question in the morning, if the institutions that are mandated to keep guard are unable to keep guard, which some say is because of lack of information. But I believe when the call for release of the public debt register came out, did we finally see so much information about public debt that we could not receive before? So there is power in our voices, and we need to make sure that we bring it out fully. When the independent institutions are failing us, and I think one of the reasons why the public debt conversation still is an issue is because of the corruption that is embedded in it. If we were taking loans, like my mom would take loans to take me to school, it would not have been a problem because at the end of the day, I have benefited from it. But now we are taking loans and we can't see it. When the list on what the money has been, how much has been loaned, and what it was supposed to do came out, we can't really see anything. Was it Mufasa who did a skit talking about dams and something today? That's the reality of our people. So let's look at impact. To me, that person who was supposed to be paid his bills at County X cannot be paid. And recently I heard of a case of someone who was contracted by Kiambu government to do something, but he died after doing the work, but has never been paid. But to do that work, he had asked for a loan to do that. Remember, he's dead. Part of collateral was his home that his wife has been left for, that is now being grabbed by the bank. So we look at the impact at the citizen. And at the Institute, we also try to bring this conversation to the citizens. And that's why my focus on the response is on the people. When we start talking about how it affects me, then I get involved into the conversation, because my son might not be able to get that structured or well-built class because the government says there is no money to construct the class he needs to school. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for the very great insights. And I just want to connect all the conversations we've had to now Houghton's question. Oftentimes, when we talk about human rights, we think it's all about, arbitrary arrests, people being killed. But then, do we ever stop and look at human rights violation from a public finance angle? And to Houghton, because of poor finance, public finance management in Kenya, what are we seeing as a result, particularly for the marginalized communities of this country?
Great question. Comrades power.
Power.
Not power here. Comrades power.
Power.
Comrades power.
Power.
Katiba power.
Power.
Okay, so great question. And first of all, just to say that I'm really happy to be here. I apologize. I was supposed to be an earlier platform, but I was with 50 youth leaders from across different universities, 12 universities, who are also doing a reflection at this time, which is so important for many of us to do. I think in the 14 years of the Constitution, this is the year where I have been most worried about the state of constitutionalism, perhaps with the exception of maybe 2017, which was the prolonged election period. But I don't think Kenya has lurched between constitutionalism, authoritarianism, and anarchy so acutely as it has in the last 4 or 5 months. Your question was really around the, I guess, what we would call the Bill of Rights. And in many ways, yes, Amnesty has, and other organizations have focused primarily on the violations of civil and political rights, particularly this period, the right to assemble, freedom of speech, the right to assembly, and the right to association. But I think we have to also keep an eye on the creeping violations that are happening when you start to see the eroding of essential services that are not just a privilege, but are a right guaranteed within the Bill of Rights. In 1996, 97, a few of us started the conversation around the campaign, Basic Needs Are Basic Rights. And we were met with anything from dismissal to derision. A former presidential advisor, who I think is still advising the presidency even after the change in the national administration, Mutahi Gunji, responded to that campaign back in 1997 and said, what next from this group of middle-class Nairobi-based NGOs? The right to good sex, the right of parents to, I got some people's attention that moment. I could see there was like, okay, this is getting interesting. But he actually said that, the idea of the right to food, the right to water, the right to health, that these were abstract and nonsensical rights that no self-respecting constitution should have. And this is only as far back as 1997. And again, he said, the right to good sex, the right to parents, right of parents to children who pass their exams. The second one seemed to be like a logical one for me, but we weren't able to push it very hard. Now you fast forward to 2010 when we have this enshrined, albeit within these famous words of progressively attained over a period. And I think for many of us, we have got to a point where we realize that unless we begin to define what does progressively attained mean, then we are going to perhaps be progressively attaining this into 6 or 7 generations and not see a society in which people can walk into medical clinics and to hospitals and get treated without having to dip into their pockets or their families go into financial catastrophes. So I think that is probably my reflection in this moment, that we do need to start seeing the kind of energy that we saw around debt, around the projects, the unfinished projects. We need to start seeing pressure points begin to develop around those points of service delivery that are coming at those points not just from a moral argument, even a financial argument, but from a rights-based compliance argument. So when are we going to start seeing people, state officers who are essentially presiding over clinics, schools, and various other water points being sued for the failure to provide good quality services? I think the second thing that I'd wanted to say in the earlier panel, which I hope you'll allow me to just speak to now, is we seem to have got our priorities lopsided. When the 8 nominees, the reappointed 8 CS nominees came back and gave their voluntary submissions on their net value, conservatively what we saw was that they had managed to expand their net value by anything between 15% and 80% as of October 2022. But yet those people, those state officers, had also presided over ministries whose budgets had decreased by anything between 4% and 60%. And what is really interesting is that the 2 CS nominees who were essentially who had come from the Ministries of the Interior and the Ministry of Defense, 2 ministries that are not known for their transparency, that they were the 2 CS nominees that had done best in terms of the 18 months in their personal capacity, but not necessarily in their ministerial portfolios. So I think we have to ask the question, why is it in a country where you have over 37%, 39% of the population under the poverty line, that the people who are being identified to run those ministries are doing better personally than the ministries are doing themselves? And I think for those of you following the the elections in the United States of America, if the United States can have a vice president in the Democratic Party who comes to lead in that country and self-declare that he has no stocks, he has no bonds, and he has no real estate, and it is a truth, then why are we allowing people to be appointed to positions who are coming essentially to expand their personal wealth at the expense of public services? So I think that's one of the areas that I would like to see not Gen Z focus on, but the multi-generational accountability movement that I like to call the Occupy movement. I would like to see them occupy that discourse very directly. And then I could go on, but I think this would be the first response.
Okay, thank you so much for that very comprehensive response. So I'll just pick it up from there and shoot the next question to Wambua. As Houghton is talking about accountability in multi-generational, in different generations, yeah? We have to realize that even when Gen Z was speaking up, they were labeled names, and some of the things that they were told was if you don't organize yourselves, then no one is going to listen to you. But then if you look at our political system, it's very skewed towards organizing for you to be heard. Then my question is, must we be organized, or should we then rethink a way of how we can engage young people in political conversations?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. My name is John Wambua with the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. I will respond to that, but allow me first just to, because I work with the disability persons organizations, I think I want to, just in a little bit, to reflect from a disability lens on what it means on the Katiba at 10. And I just want to do that on 2 key points. One is on the participation, and another one is on the representation. On a participation of persons with a disability in governance and development processes in our country, as we have seen some surge in the numbers of persons with disability participating in governance processes, for example, like in budgeting processes in the counties. And to know participation definitely is a creature of the Constitution, because the Constitution also gave birth to other laws that center participation, like County Government Act, Urban Areas and Cities Act, PFMA Act of 2015. As persons with disability, we have taken opportunity of the participation to be part of the decision-making processes. So when I scan the disability landscape in national and also in the counties, we have seen some surge of numbers of persons with disability participating specifically on budget processes, especially on the formulation stage and also in the implementation stage. The numbers are very high when you compare to some baseline. The numbers right now are very high, which is thanks to the Constitution on centering the participation bit of it. The question we are trying to ask ourselves mostly is we are seeing the numbers being high, but what about the effectiveness of that participation? That's we are trying to grapple with that. You participate in large numbers, but are you effecting that kind of a change? And part of addressing that is that we capacity build persons with disability to take opportunity effectively of these processes. As we speak now, I think Budget Hub, actually you are training one of our guys in Manzoni right now on budget processes. So as a hit, Constitution, as far as we are concerned, on participation, it has been very good to us. It's just to us now to take the opportunity. On a representation, here is where I think we have a huge miss as far as disability. I'm doing this, I'm reflecting on disability lens. As far as disability lens is concerned, I think on a representation, we have a miss there. Constitutional Article 100, Article 98, Article I think also 97, we're talking about representation of persons with the disability in key decision-making places. We're talking about county assembly, we're talking about the Senate, we're talking about also in other government bodies. And this representation, for example, a representation in county assemblies, the vision is to each county assembly to have at least a representation of person with a disability. This is law. This is what legal and policy framework says. And this is what the Constitution is envisioning. But now, 14 years old, what we are seeing specifically on a representation is a graph that is showing trend that is not very encouraging. In 2013, in all 47 counties, only 4 lacked representation of persons with disabilities in 2013. In 2017, we had 17 counties without a representation of persons with disabilities. I think you can see the trend. In 2022, we had 22 counties without a representation of persons with disabilities. So as a reflection and to see what Constitution, looking at that trend and evaluating Constitution as for now, you can see why I say it's some sort of a huge miss for us. So I'm also concerned on if this trend is to continue, what am I looking at in 2032? Are we talking about the graph just going down to 0 or even past that? These are some of the things that are concerning. The last point I want to make is on representation regarding appointment and also in terms of employment, because person with disability employment is a huge thing, definitely inclusive employment, because we might be talking about economic growth, but this is not inclusive economic growth. So for inclusive economic growth, then they also need to be equal to persons with a disability. In terms of employment, Constitution Article 54C specifically states that in employment and in appointive positions, you need to reserve 5% to persons with a disability. It's very expressive. It is saying they are going to progressively meet the 5% quota job reservation for persons with a disability. 14 years later, what I'm looking at, the data is not very encouraging. The Public Service released a report last year, but one, and they said that the representation right now stands at 1.4%. 14 years later, we have 1.4% representation. I think it's a simple math. So when will we hit half of the 2.8%? I'm thinking in 28 years, right? So I think the idea is that our constitutional threshold will be met after 56 years. 1.4 is a simple math. So after 56 years is when we are likely to see us meeting the 5.4 representation. So these are some of the misses that I think I had to talk about, because I had to reflect on it from disability lens. Just very quickly to talk about the finance bill and what we saw around Gen Z. I will still talk about it from bias a little bit. What I want to say is that the Gen Z are so because also persons with, disability cuts across. So we have Gen Z who are persons with the disabilities, intersectionality. You are Gen Z, but you are Gen Z who has a disability. So also persons with the disability, they participated in the process of making their voices heard during these demonstrations. They wrote petitions. Actually, they also went to the streets. They are part of the Gen Z movement. And the best thing we are seeing coming out of it is that the influence of Gen Z is not only on the mainstream, but also to organizational persons with the disabilities. Out of it, we are seeing in organizational persons with disability, Gen Z is also taking leadership roles and also, revitalizing and bringing a lot of synergies to this organization to speak to youth kind of focused issues, whether it's to do with leadership or budgets. And to your point, I don't think that I think a lot of power that was coming out of Gen Z is because it was some sort of organic movement, right? It drew power from it being organic movement. That's what I want to say. So my point would be, for it to be effective, it does not really have to be organized in the way that you think you want to register things, you want them to be guided by rules and all that. I think if you are to structure it in that way, then it will fall under the categories of other organizations and it might lose some of its import. Because I truly believe it was drawing the power from it being organic and some sort of sorry. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'll end it at that and have maybe a round of questions, just one, because time is not on our end, on our side, sorry. And I'm seeing 1, 2, if the mic can rove around so that it's real quick, I'll appreciate that. Yeah? One question? Okay, just one question. And Kenley, maybe you can say who you are directing it to so that we save on time.
Thank you very much. My name is Cliff Matundura Nyandusi, a student at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. So I have 2 or 3 questions to the panel. Whoever chooses to answer will answer. So my first question is public participation. What are the set standards that are there in the Constitution? And by set standards, I mean by the direct participation that the procedures have been laid by the Constitution. And the other informal or rather indirect public participation, the one that we have been doing on our Twitter spaces, on our social media, because you can't tell us that we are only going to listen to you when it is formal. Our voice in our Twitter spaces, in our social media platforms. The next question is, what is our public debt? I've been trying to research our public debt. I'm still not sure. The other day, Jimmy Wanjigi told us that hatuna deni. Kindly, as TISA, as human rights organization, kindly, can we clarify? Because I am sure if we are sure about the public debt, public participation will be a lot easier. Yes, those are my 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think anyone, Abraham?
So I can take the question on what are the set standards. And so as I mentioned when I was opening, I talked about certain opportunities that are available along the budget cycle that requires the executive, but also the parliament to open up the decisions that they take to the public. And if we see it, the formal spaces that exist, so for example, when the cabinet secretary for treasury is about to go and say, for example, right now you'll see there's a notice that will come out for the public to give input in terms of what are some of the priority areas or what key issues does the government need to focus on for the coming financial year, that's 2025, 2026. And that's one of the opportunities. But even as we go onto the budget cycle, when we come now into the sector hearings, which normally happen around December, then it's also an opportunity. The public are invited. Normally at KICC, we usually question the mode in which it's conducted because it's held centrally at KICC. So that's another opportunity for citizens to come and perhaps just engage with the sector-specific deliberations. So it happens over a week, a whole week, and different, say for example, Ministry of Health will come and say, in the health sector, these are the issues that we are going to be looking at. These are the perhaps what the resource requirements we need. And from that, and that's an opportunity for the citizens to engage as well. Then we move on. For every single decision, there is an opportunity. But for us as an organization, we have seen the flow in the formal spaces. And therefore, we have gone ahead to create certain informal spaces where we call pre-budget deliberation forums. So before there is a certain decision that is taken, we convene the public on Zoom. It's an open platform for people to engage and share their views on certain matters that perhaps when you go to KICC, you may not be given the opportunity to speak. But we come together, and after each of those forums, whether we've been requested for input from either the executive or parliament, we always make sure that we have a memorandum that we do send to whichever body is conducting that public participation. But also one thing that I may have missed to mention was the issue of access to information, which was discussed in the previous panel. And public or citizen engagement goes hand in hand with having access to this budget document. So if they are not available at the point at which we are supposed to be engaging, then there's a problem, because even as we go into these formal spaces, which we have seen a lot, particularly at the county level, there's a lot of public participation. It's happening, but you go there are no budget documents, and you're expected to engage. So that is also one of the other challenges that we have seen within the public deliberation side of it. So there's still a long way to go around public participation, but indeed we are seeing certain steps. And if the court is also coming to give direction, then we are seeing that we are indeed going towards the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, lastly, Sonia, please, as you give your also closing remarks, tell us what must we do differently, please, in 1 minute, and also Tevin, the same for you in engaging young people, the same for Ambua in engaging people with disability, and for Houghton, probably you can conclude by summarizing on how, as young people are occupying, what must we do different moving forward now, and even as we prepare for the next election in 2027. Thank you.
Because I feel bad. Alois Moy, are you here? I'm very sorry. I may not call you. You were meant to do the summary of presentations and discussions. We have to leave. Vote of thanks, Gladys Minor. I am so sorry. Head of Support Services, Uraia Trust. I want to recognize your presence here, but I may not call you. Forgive me. So I've just been told to communicate this, that whilst we leave, please pass by the art exhibition outside. And if your question has not been answered, our able panelists, I'm sure you can see them, please meet them outside. So at this juncture, sir, are you coming for me? Oh, God. Yeah? Okay.
So thank you. I think time is always short, but just key issues I have to highlight. As we have said, Kenya Constitution is progressive and transformative. And as we said, we speak from both sides, both the government and the citizen. Are we really participating in implementation of this? Yes, the Constitution is good, but it's good if it's being implemented. Then the other emerging issue is on awareness, issue of civic education. Are Kenyans aware of the Constitution? Do we have adequate knowledge as Kenya about the constitution, because if you have to implement and have gains, then Kenyans have to be knowledgeable on that. So as civil society, that's another great role we have to play. Then there's issue of constitutionalism and Utu. How do we ensure that there's been a challenge in that, ensuring that we promote the constitution, defend the constitution, and also promote the broad culture of Utu. Then there's issue we are told about. We have to occupy. I think the judge said about this. How can activists and even others in the civil society ensure that they occupy the public spaces and the governance spaces so that they are able to bring the change? So that's another issue which is arising. Then summary on public finance, another very important area. There's opportunity in the public finance management circle for the participation in the budget processes. Do citizens have knowledge so that they're able to participate in budget processes and engage properly? Then there is also issue of participation. Is it just participation or is it meaningful? Another role we have to play as the society, the civil society, including inclusion of PWD, the youth, and all the others. Then the issue of debt, it has been said that it really affects service delivery because we end up paying debts and then the quality of service delivery is really affected. I think those are some of the summary. And I just have one quote which says, however a good constitution may be, if those who are implementing it are not good, it will prove to be bad. And however bad a constitution may be, if those implementing it are good, it will prove to be good. So when we are saying about the implementers, it's not only the government. How about us in the community? And that is the practice of constitutionalism. Thank you, very great.
Amazing. All right. I've been told Mercy has been extended for a couple. So please allow me to call Gladys Minor for the vote of thanks so we can close. Please, a hand of applause for Gladys Minor, Head of Support Services, Uraia Trust.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. In the interest of time, I want to appreciate each and every one of you. Specifically, I would like to appreciate our development partners, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark in Kenya. I want to appreciate Kenya International in Kenya. I want to appreciate UN Women, UNDP, World Bank, and Plan International. I also want to appreciate our moderators, our guest speakers, our panelists. You gave us very deep, insightful sessions, and our takeaway is, what are we going to take home? What are we going to implement in our communities, in our organization? We need to ensure that that our country has a just, equitable, and democratic society. So just because time has run out, I thought I would have about 5 minutes, but I want you to give yourself applaud. Thank you very much. As you leave, God bless you and safe travel home.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there's also lunch for you where we had tea, yeah? Nyuma ya tent, tupatane tu pale nyuma. Just move around back. I think also follow just the fata mtindo, mtaratare kuko. All right, so this has been an amazing session. I have been your moderator for today, Daphne Mokami Kimani. Till next time, please do have a blessed afternoon. All right. Okay. Maswali, our panelists are here. Maswali. I am so sorry.
It's okay. He's doing much better than me.
I know. I'm so sorry, but you're such a papa.
You have to do that.
Oh, well, I have to be very careful.
All those people outside.
It's for sure the sun will rise at dawn down in Africa. It's for sure the sun will set at dusk down in Africa.